I'd like to call to order the Avalon City Council meeting of September 21st. And it will also include a meeting of the City Council acting as the Avalon Municipal Hospital Board of Trustees. If you'd please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And you may be seated. I'm going to forego the invocation this evening, and if we may have roll call, please, Denise.
Councilmember De La Rosa. Councilmember Lavelle.
Here.
Councilmember Ponce.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy.
Here.
Mayor Marshall.
Here.
Once again, Councilmember De La Rosa.
Here.
Thank you. And also we have Scott Campbell, legal counsel.
And Council Member Lisa.
This is just to provide to the community a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Avalon recognizing September 2021 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancers Connection report cancer as the leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and age 15. This tragic disease is detected in more than 16,000 of our country's young people each and every year. And whereas 1 in 5 of our nation's children loses his or her battle with cancer, many infants, children, and teens will suffer from long-term effects of comprehensive treatment, including secondary cancers. And whereas founded over 27 years ago by Stephen Firestein, a member of the philanthropic Max Factor Cosmetics family, the American Cancer Fund for Children, Inc., and Kids Cancer Connection, Inc., are dedicated to helping these children and their families. And whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection provide a variety of vital patient psychological services to children undergoing cancer treatment at Children's Hospital Los Angeles, Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, the City of Hope, UCLA Mattel Children's Hospital, Jonathan Jack Children's Cancer Center at Miller's Children's, and Women's Hospital in Long Beach, LA County USC Medical Center, Harbor UCLA Medical Center, as well as participating hospitals throughout the country, thereby enhancing the quality of life for these children and their families. And whereas the Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection also sponsored toy distributions, family sailing programs, pet-assisted therapy, KCC Supercar Experience, and hospital celebrations in honor of a children's determination and bravery to fight the battle against childhood cancer. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Avalon would like to thank Kids Cancer Connection for all of their support in honoring and encouraging those living with cancer and encouraging our children to raise awareness about the prevention and control of cancer, dated this 21st day of September 2021.
Thank you very much. Announcements and written communications.
Mayor, I have several announcements. We are removing item 10, which is the public hearing, from the agenda this evening. It is slated now for the second meeting in October. I have 4 written communications. One is on item number 12, which is the 383 Whitley encroachment. There are 2 on item 14, which is the cruise ship MOA, and then there was one on music in the plaza. And you have been provided copies of all of those written communications.
Yes. Department head reports.
Good evening. Bob Greenlaw, Director of Public Works. Got 4 items tonight. First item is Mole Phase 2. City staff held a kickoff meeting with team developing the request for proposals for the design build procurement that we're heading forward with. Hart Howerton is the architectural firm hired to develop the project concepts that will be included in the RFP. We are referring to this work as the design intent, so that when we go out there and you get a design build firm, what we include in the RFP is what our intent as a community wants for the project, and so that we can reel in, not having something just wide open when we're doing the RFP. There'll also be aspects that will be further design than what just is the design intent, but this should pretty well closely get what the community wants as an initial piece. The meetings include city staff, including the mayor, harbor, public works, admin, and fire, and stakeholders from cross-channel carriers and cruise tenders were represented. The architects will develop the concepts will be presented to the public at several meetings. So I must say, please, public community, stay engaged. This will be a pretty dynamic piece that will be pretty much on a fast track to get it done so that we can keep the project on task. So please be engaged. Second item is Five Corners. Staff met with various property owners along the Tremont frontage this past few weeks. We're working on the details of the final frontage improvements. Several of the properties have substantial encroachments onto the public right-of-way, so there is a process to get these modified, and so there's a balance between a private, non-exclusive usage and the public needs for the sidewalk and to meet ADA requirements and still all the other things that people don't see that are underground that require separation. And so it seems like we have a lot of space with all the area where the drainage is, but when you start putting those things in the ground, we don't have a lot of space. So that's why when the maps were made with the subdivision that created the public space, it gave us 25 feet to keep the road in, and that's what we were attempting to do, but still work with those fronting property owners. And council will have what the result of those discussions in front of them when we do approve the final roadway plans. What we've approved up to date is the utility plan, so that's what's underneath the ground for the most part. So there'll still be the ability for the public to come in, make requests, and for you to make approval on that. So it's not totally a done deal along there, but it's getting to the point where we're making small changes to the details as necessary. And then as the community has probably witnessed, we're out there painting a lot of our roadway markings. We focused on the area around Metropole, Crescent intersection, and we're working our way to the Sombrero Circle out there. But then we're also working our way up Metropole to get that done so you can see the curbs and the markings. So what we're doing is we're taking it down to bare product again. So we're taking and pressure washing the asphalt, taking the old markings off, putting standard markings down with paint that will last a long time. And then we're also grinding off many years of paint along the curbs that's chipping away, where we're just used to be repainting it. Now we're getting it down to concrete again, and so that we really have something to start with. And then you're seeing that come up. You'll see that all the way through the whole community. It will make things brighten things up. It also will tell people, especially along the curbs, where they can and can't park. Because here in Avalon, we're trying to limit the use of signs and not have signs in this beautiful community, and use the curbs, which is kind of flipped of what mainland, because in the mainland we didn't paint many curbs because they were took a lot of effort to get the curbs painted. But since we got a small amount of frontage, it's a way of doing it without taking that right away and putting another signpost and having to maintain that sign. And then the last one I have is a fire hydrant right in the middle of the art fair this weekend on Saturday morning. We had one of our fire hydrants there by Leo's, the saltwater fire hydrant, come loose. Okay, so it failed at one of the bolts. And we had a very quick response. We were lucky also that we had some new valves that we had installed about 4 years ago. So these valve projects where we're going with multiple valves with contractors, our own crews doing it. That's what that does. It allows us to isolate smaller sections. That allowed us to isolate because we couldn't get at the valve for the fire hydrant. Usually, most fire hydrants have a valve also. This one had a valve that mostly worked, but allowed us to get things shut down enough so that we could continue on. And then we had pretty much a massive cleanup and everybody to kind of lift things up and get the mud out of there. And then yesterday we were able to get out there and replace that riser. And that riser is the piece right below the fire hydrant, and it's like anywhere from a 12 to a 2 foot section, 12 inch to a 2 foot section. And those are steel. And with the salt water, those have been failing. So what we've come up with is another plan, and what you see in there now is it has 3 layers of epoxy coating on it, and those are on the shelf, ready to go to swap out, and that was ready for this project to be able to swap out. So we're going to get better longevity, and we're not going to get those failures. In addition to that, we've got Fire Chief coming up with a list of the top priority fire hydrants to replace here, so I've asked him to give me the top 5 here so that we can get on there, and it's not for aesthetics, it's for safety first. And so, I'd like to congratulate, Jamie Melock, Jeffrey Hernandez, and the rest of the Public Works crew that was out there very quick, and then also the Montrose crew for getting out there, very quick response, get the water shut down, and get things done. We got congratulated by a lot of the people on the front there that, wow, it could have been a lot worse. Okay, that's what I have. Any questions?
I have a couple.
Yes.
Somebody said the red curb that's in front of the mailbox on Metropole, I don't know that anybody's ever getting a ticket there, but I don't know why we would paint it red. Why wouldn't it be 3-minute parking only? It seems like it used to be something like that. It never was?
It's been red forever.
I know, but it kind of washed away, and everybody said, yeah, it doesn't make sense that it is red. So anyway.
So I guess as long as it was a golf cart you could see through, because now we're blocking the vision coming out of the alley, and then we've got PEDs going on the sidewalk. So, and the traffic engineer hat, as I put that on,
Okay.
I'm a little concerned about having the right sight distance there.
No,
so that'd be a reason
that makes
a
sense.
few people. My understanding when it was first developed to be able to drop off in the box there, that people use the mailbox a lot. It doesn't seem like people use the mailbox a lot here, at least from what I'm seeing, and it's at that point there are some people that are parking there to go into the post office.
Okay, that makes sense.
And I think we have plenty of parking there now, in that area.
No, that makes sense. If the mailbox was turned the other way,
Yes.
it would make a
Yeah,
lot
like
of sense.
Long Beach, you go make a drop. and
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe we can get the
Yeah.
US
Yeah.
to do that. So thank you. And when you did the public arts project on Metropole, and it was very well received. I got a lot of really great comments. Hopefully everybody else did. So what do we have to do to kind of do that?
So that'll be in the ATP plan, and that'll be a recommendation as one of the tools that we have, a project that we either can apply for funding or we can just do it ourselves. And if we actually move forward with whatever funding we have, you would engage an artist. Whether you want something just off the shelf and you just do that, or you wanted your own artwork, because like in Long Beach, I believe they did, had their own artist to develop, the concept, and it had some connection with the community. It just wasn't aesthetically pleasing. It had maybe a theme
Right.
that to give you that sense of place,
Okay.
so.
Because you've seen the work that our local artists have done at the skate park, and they are incredible. So I do believe we have local talent, but how we could maybe move forward with that, because again, it was very exciting. And I don't think when we go in-house like that or within the city, it's going to be as much as if we're going, and we've got some tremendous
Yes.
artists like we saw in the art festival as well.
And in my career in other communities, we did that. We actually had an art coordinator that we always made public art part of all the projects, but it's pretty easy to integrate something into that, and get the call for artists, get the competition, if and you
Right.
want to have somebody, and then they take it all the way through to actually getting it done for you. Something like that, we'd probably assist them, because we're actually out in the roadway, but they would be the artists saying, hey, I need to do this, I need this stencil here, or I'm going to paint this, and what product you're going to use so it holds up for the traffic. And,
Right.
Yeah.
So it'd be nice to kind of keep that moving forward, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the draft plan, you hear that? Draft plan will be available in November.
Cool.
Public stay involved and engaged and watch that meeting. You guys will see the first draft of the plan.
Okay.
And that one will actually be very dynamic and moving fast too, because the intent is to get the consultant done by the end of December.
We need a consultant to do our projects on there?
No, with the active transportation plan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That
Okay.
is a plan that the council approved that we got some funding from SCAG. Okay, and so
Right.
that has all of the things that we've been doing rolled into it,
Good.
you know, of all the background and then the projects and then all those things that we'd have in a toolbox.
Right.
Then it has some projects identified that we can go for ATP funding on.
Okay, perfect.
Okay?
No, that's great.
Okay.
And I really enjoyed participating in the Mole Phase 2. There were a lot of people at the table through different sections of that, and anyway, I think it was really, really good. It helped to see that vision a little more, and the input was great. So thank you
Yes.
for coordinating all of that.
Yes, and I think that we can share all that with the public as we present that, you know, and this is what we heard from our stakeholders, so that the
Right.
public's fully aware as we're rolling out these designs and making recommendations, that this is what it's based on. It's based on not just, you know, guessing. This is the input we received, and this is to make the function, you know, work, the form and the function, you know, become, you know, one in the design.
Yeah, so excellent.
Okay, anything else?
Just a couple questions. One on the curb cuts that are used for the island companies, the previous parking lot where the golf cart rentals used to be on Metropole. Does it make sense to convert those curb cuts back to parking access and/or potentially move the post office box on the opposite side of the?
Yeah, and so I think it needs to be a discussion with that property owner and see what their use
Their
is
use
going to
will
be
be.
for that, so that
Yeah.
we're not putting them back in. But even as we were painting out there, we're going, these aren't being used,
Yeah.
you know, can we start closing some of this up, at least in the interim, and then we always can give them back
Yeah.
if there's something that's needed. Yeah, and so like, if on an interim basis, they're not going to be using that gate, then we can open that up so
For
that
parking.
it's identified as maybe green or loading or whatever it is.
Yeah. Okay, and then the other question that I had, I noticed there was some work being done on some of the murals over the last week or so, and one of the artists noted a rather inquisitive squirrel that stole some food from her, and noticed the trash cans that are out by the skate park are all older style trash cans with lids that are easy to pop off or be, the squirrel was in the trash can at one point. Is it possible to replace them if we have either the newer trash cans or at least the CR&R flip lid trash cans, just to
So we're
avoid animals?
talking up Canyon?
It's at the skate park right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
If we can just check on that and make sure
Yes,
that those
we
are
should have
replaced.
some we can swap out. I'm
That'd be
sorry, I
great.
didn't hear the mass.
And I just have one question, because I parked at a green zone on Metropole.
Yes,
Is there a reason you did the hour in black and not in white? Because it's hard to see in black.
okay, and so we tried that. Actually, that's the color paint that we had at that, because part of everything is on all those carriers out there that's not getting in is
Right.
paint, and that's why we had a 6-month delay on actually trying to get our marking paint. So that's what Jeffrey said he had, and I said, hey, we'll give it a try. It's paint on a curb, we always can go over it, you know, and.
Yeah, I was just wondering. 'cause
Yeah,
it
we're just
was
trying to
hard-
move- yeah.
It was hard to see.
Okay, that's a good comment, though. Thanks.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Warren Karstafen, Harbor Master. Here's what's been happening in the harbor the last 2 weeks, which covers the period with the Outriggers and the Wine Mixer weekend, and then the recent Art Festival weekend. Each week, our inner harbor has been busy all week long, leading up to Friday and Saturday evenings being sold out, and the overflow vessels showing up in our local anchorage, as well as heading off down to White's Landing for the weekend. Here are the numbers since our last meeting on the 31st. Patrol moored 1,553 vessels for a total of 5,660 nights. Since my last report to council on August 31st, Harbor Patrol did 7 vessel accident reports, responded to 5 medical incidents, warned and advised of municipal code violations, that 30 of those we did not issue any citations this period. Patrol also did 96 facility security patrols and 1 Coast Guard assist. A notable event on Friday, September 17th, I was contacted by the Los Angeles port agent inquiring about our cruise ship anchorage and if it was available. The agent explained that the Navigator of the Seas, which has no passengers and did have a crew aboard, but would be contained aboard the ship, was requesting anchorage for Saturday, the 18th, and then departing on Monday, the 20th. At the time of the vessel's request, traffic reported that all anchorages, berths in the LA Port of Long Beach, LA Long Beach area, were full, and that there were approximately 25 ships adrift in the San Pedro Channel. This information was discussed amongst staff, and a request was authorized to go ahead and use our anchorage. Navigator of the Seas appreciated the courtesy granted by the City of Avalon, and I appreciate the help of the staff to get the word out on such short notice. And Jim was instrumental through the chamber. Thank you. Today on Tuesday, September 21st, Facility Security Officer Ron Aaron and I met with the Coast Guard representatives, local police, EMS, emergency response representatives from the mainland to go over our emergency preparedness and resilience assessment. This takes place basically every year. These meetings take place with the Coast Guard. It was really good to have this meeting because of COVID. We had not really seen each other for about 18 months. The meeting took place up at the city fire station and was well received by all. It was good to be back and see all the faces, and also note the changes in staff. And this is just basically a part of our ongoing security agreement with the port, with the ships that come here, and with the tendering operations. Also, regarding grants, the Department of Boating and Waterways, a few months back, I guess prior to summer, we had an opportunity to go for a Department of Boating and Waterways miscellaneous equipment grant. Very excited to report that Otter let me know the other day that we'd received the grant. The grant amount was $40,000. This will go toward replacement of our outboard engines on our patrol boats. And special thanks goes to Ron Aaron for his attention to that grant and seeing it through to the end. So anyways, I appreciate that. And I think that's it. That's all I have on my list.
Council, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sergeant Grayson Klein here for Joe Badali. He's at a training conference this week, so I'll be filling in for him. A couple things we wanted to cover this week. For the election last Tuesday, we were able to use our sheriff's boat out of the Avalon Harbor, transport our ballots back across the channel over to Long Beach. That was the first time we've had a boat here. And piggyback on Orrin's comment, we met with the Coast Guard and Harbor and the fire departments today regarding the cruise ships. For Joe and I, it's the first time having dealt with cruise ships out here. And their threat assessment, they had recognized that they wanted us to bring one of our boats from two harbors over here to Avalon Harbor. But since Joe was able to work with Orrin and Joe acquired us a third boat, we were able to have one here, and that was one of their recommendations when these cruise ships come in. Just the presence of a sheriff's boat out there when the tenders are coming in is very proactive for us. Annie, I got 2 decibel meters in. I tried them out last night, and getting the guys familiar with them, it seems the music has been down in volume.
Yeah.
And it did help that we were walking around with those last night. They look like tools with a big microphone on the end of them.
Oh, yes? Oh, excellent.
September 30th, the chief and the commander are coming over, spend the day with Joe and tour the city, take him to the interior. And then lastly, on a safety issue, during my routine patrols and my morning meetings with a lot of the residents, there's a ton of concern for the electric bikes, the speed, the failure to stop, the tandem riding, the riding at night. So Joe and I are working on a project where we'd like to collaborate with the school and address them all at once, the kids in an assembly, but we have to get time on the school's calendar, but it's something we're looking at because to correct behavior, we don't just want to have to issue citations that are going to impact the community financially. We've issued a few already. Joe has written some, and we are, but we want to reach out to the school and the kids and see if we can start to correct the behavior. So that's coming up in the near future.
That's wonderful, thank you. Yeah.
And that's all I
I
have.
think there already is some improvement with the kids, so thank you. And I know I stop them when I can and tell them to, where's your helmet or whatever, but
Yes,
just
ma'am.
that whole safety is perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Any questions of Grayson?
No, I just want to say thank you as well. The young kids out on the hour trail with them the other day, and that's obviously a no-no as well. But much appreciated. I see, I know a handful of the kids, they are locals, and would love to see them wearing helmets. So thank you guys very much for taking that on.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to add on to that because I've been in a lot of meetings with Tony from the Conservancy, and their education program actually is in the classrooms, and they want to talk about bicycle safety too. So you may want to connect with Tony from the Conservancy, because I know that there used to be grants for helmets and things like that. So maybe the two of you guys could pair up and double team it. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you, Audra.
And then don't forget the fire department also had helmets. I don't know how many we have, but I know they were working on an order, and we've had a few kids come by. Mike Walagria, Fire Chief. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff. First off, thank you for those of you that came out to our 9/11 stair climb. Maybe next year we'll do a few extra, more than 1 or 2 or 3. And then later on that afternoon, the Outriggers presented us with a really great award. It's at the fire station. They gave us an old Hawaiian axe. They remade the handle out of some koa wood, and the koa wood symbolizes the wood of the canoe, and they did a really great job. We have it at the fire station. We're going to hang it. In August, we ran just under 100 EMS calls and just over 20 fire calls. And on top of that, the guys are out doing inspections and hydrants. And like Bob Greenlaw said, our hydrant program started up again in August, so the guys are going through, and we're coming up with the list for Bob. There was no damage or injuries reported from the earthquake in Carson, but it's a good time to remind everybody on the city website, we have the Code Red. Sign up, it's on the right-hand side of the page. Sign up for the Code Red to get information when we push it out. And at the next meeting, I will not be here. I'll be in the desert attending my first LA Area Fire Chiefs Conference with all the other fire chiefs.
Good, you can teach them a thing or two.
Hoping to learn a thing or two. Some good networking.
Yes, no. Thank you. That was a thorough report. I appreciate that. I'm sure the community does too. Thank you.
Matt Baker, Finance Department. Happy to report the July visitor-driven revenue figures. TOT for the month of July was up over 40% compared to pre-COVID July of 2019. That was largely driven by hotels, which were up over 50%, vacation rentals being up 20%. Part of that was driven by the fact we had a number of hotels offline in July of 2019 that fortunately were in operation in July of 21, and so that accounts for some of that increase. If you kind of normalize for that, hotels would have been up 25% or thereabouts. Ad tax and use fees were also up between 10 and 20%. Cross-channel wharfage was only up 2% for the month of July. But again, when we were doing the budget, we wanted to be conservative, so we were estimating 90% of July 2019, and so it ended up being up 2%. So it's while not as strong as TOT, it's still a positive number. Nightly moorings in the harbor for the month of July were up 12%, but for the month of August, they were level with August of 2019. So again, strong numbers. Right now we're ahead of budget and kind of in real dollar terms, about $400,000 up from where we had budgeted with only 1 month in the year. Granted, it's probably the most important month for us. So certainly a positive start to the year. Other than that, finance is working on our annual financial audit, so I'll have auditors out here in a couple weeks. But business as usual for finance other than that. So.
Any questions? Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
City manager report?
I just have one thing, Mayor, and that is just a report that I forwarded to all the council about AB 361 today. But for the public, on September 16th, Governor Newsom signed Assembly Member Robert Rios Assembly Bill 361, which allows cities to continue to meet remotely during proclaimed states of emergency under modified Brown Act requirements that are similar but not identical to the rules and procedures established by the Brown Act orders. And we will be working with our city attorney to ensure that we're compliant during our meetings and what that will look like for us. And we will report back at that.
Okay, great. City attorney, Scott, do you have anything?
2 items. One about that, we'll be able to continue to meet remotely without posting at our homes. There may be some continuing resolutions we have to pass to accomplish.
Uh-oh.
I spoke to Lady Councilwoman De La Rosa. She attended the Contract Cities Conference this week on the impact of the drought, and I frankly think there was no one better qualified than to talk about the drought than a council member De La Rosa, but her presentation and her presence there was very well appreciated by the people who attended the conference.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Council member reports, you want to start, Yesenia?
I would love to. I'll actually piggyback onto what Scott was saying. So I did attend the Educational Summit this weekend, and as Scott mentioned, I was able to lead a panel about the drought, and thankfully I did have Vic Knoll as well as Luke and Ron Height and Audra actually were all able to help me and prepare for that discussion, which helped tremendously. The panelists were all very nice, informative, welcoming, as well as actually the entire California Contract Cities. I had such a great time. I was able to meet amazing people. So thank you to California Contract Cities. Thank you to Scott. I was able to be there with him as well as Captain Badali. So overall, thank you to the city for even letting me go, and Devin for helping me organize the entire trip. Thank you.
Great.
And then one more little side note. I wanted to do an update there for the school signups for the vaccines. We've had a total of 52 students sign up. I know there were a couple other parents inquiring to see if they could still get on that list. So we're just waiting to hear back from the hospital to see if we can keep adding people on.
Great. Because can't they go I thought they could go every Thursday. What's that?
No, I believe they have to go back to the mainland to do that. So they're trying to gather a list to make sure there's enough vaccines for the students that do want to do it here. And so once they do gather and finish that list, I know Jason will get a hold of each parent to set up an appointment.
Nice, great, good. Okay, Lisa or Michael?
Nothing to report.
Oh, mine's real quick. Kudos to Lola DeMille for putting on a fantastic Catalina Festival of Art. Great job. And then I also attended Cal City's Policy Committee Revenue and Tax, which we discussed one of the items that's on our consent calendar in regards to sales tax and where it actually goes when you're buying online. When it was first set up, it worked out for those cities that were having these
Distribution
the
centers?
distribution centers. But now they're finding that the way it was set up was that the distribution centers weren't owned by the companies themselves. They were distribution centers. Well, now the companies are owning them and people are buying from them. And so cities that can never have a distribution center, or that's never going to work, they also feel that they're deserving of part of that sales tax. And so the discussion was, how do we work that out? And the Tax and Revenue Policy Committee sent what we've got there, in that we need to work it out in that. Just because we don't have the stone and mortar, we're buying from somewhere and that sales tax is going to them, even though it's California sales tax, it's not coming to us. And so we feel that there needs to be an equality in there, so.
Right. So is the discussion from the zip code in which it was ordered, and they would get that?
That we would get the 1% of that sales tax, yeah.
Right, great.
Or to work out an equal distribution of what is 1% of the sales tax right now.
Right.
Because there's cities that will never have one,
Yeah.
and then you've got cities that don't have a distribution center, but they're still using their roads, their infrastructure to deliver it.
Right.
So they're just looking for equality on it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And that's it?
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Hi, just a couple items. Kudos also to everyone who participated in the art festival. The biggest takeaway that I had from the weekend, one, I'm loving events coming back to town, and two, the number of local artists was really incredible. And so that was really notable. I saw more local artists than I did visiting artists, and it was just wonderful to see what types of things people come up with. So very fun. As the president of the Gateway Cities Council of Government, on Monday, I hosted a Zoom meeting with all member cities who wanted to participate with Sheriff Alex Villanueva. It was a fascinating conversation. A couple important tidbits that I learned was we can all see when we travel over town the extensiveness of the homeless, especially along the LA River and just along the sides of freeways and whatnot. An extremely high percentage is coming from out of state, that essentially people are moving towards the West Coast. One of the reasons is because the weather's better, obviously. And I know that we say it doesn't necessarily, we have very little homelessness here in Avalon, but all homelessness affects us. And for me, getting the knowledge, learning what the host teams are and how the sheriff's department's involved, all of the mental health that they're trying to make available to people is really incredible. And Mayor, I'd like for you and I to re-energize our groups from a couple years ago, bringing back some of those mental health services to the island, and all that work that we had done years ago. So that was one of the energizing points of our conversation.
Great.
Another one was where one of the sheriff's initiatives, if you will, is trying to work on law enforcement, and instead of putting kids in the system, going from essentially detective to teen court. And that is something Mayor Marshall and I also spent a significant amount of time looking at whether or not we could create a teen court here, and whether we could have a reciprocal on the mainland, because obviously we all know each other, so it would be difficult to do it here. But it was really fascinating that I felt some goals that we have in Avalon were the same with the sheriff, so that was good. And then lastly, last week I participated again as the president of the COG with a conversation with Speaker Rendon, and there was just the entire conversation was about transportation, transportation funding, and the need for funding in our Gateway Cities area, which also includes Avalon. So I was very pleased to be part of that conversation as well. And that's all I have.
Yeah, thank you, Cindy. And the teen court thing, it'll be interesting to talk with Maruna to see what issues they're having with the students now that they're back in classroom. Because it was a good start. We only did it twice. Finally, the parents were getting on board by the second time, and then, of course, then it just fell apart. So that, I think we need to have a discussion with her and the sheriffs to see what that need is, even just with respect and whatever, and consequences for some actions and that kind of thing. So be happy to bring that back up. And on the mental health side, I know they've been trying to find someone to come over and do the mental health. And Sal, who was hired by them, is now doing the counseling on his own. Whatever the agency was that provided Sal originally, I think they've been trying to find somebody, but it's not that easy to, get somebody here, as you know. So, thank you. That was good.
We also have our local Tessa Hernandez that has an extensive background, and I know she's also working on connections from over
Is she here all the time?
No.
No.
She's here on the island.
Oh, she's on island. Okay. Excellent.
If you someone to contact, definitely, I believe she could help.
Perfect. Thank you. But being raised here and knowing a lot of the kids and families is very helpful. Okay. I don't have anything other minutes with the mayor tomorrow at 4:00. Hopefully I'll have one of the staff here to help me with that. And that's all I have. Okay. Oral communications.
Mayor, I'd like to ask, before we get into oral communication formally, we did reach out to Edison to ask them about addressing the delinquent billing, and then also we were contacted by a gentleman, Alex Hiring, from the County of Los Angeles Department of Public Health. He is a public health nurse and a deputy to the chief COVID-19 strike team, and he asked for just a couple minutes.
Oh, yes, thank you.
So I would like to ask the LA County to come online first.
Somebody else? There he is.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Honorable City Council of Avalon. I'm Alec Huron, a public health nurse with the Department of Public Health. I'd like to thank the council for allowing me to address you today. I work under the county's mobile arm for the COVID-19 vaccinations. And Avalon, Catalina Island, is one of our remaining regions where we need to go to our missions. And especially with the, I heard earlier with the school children, and I also saw some messages from the hospital there. I think it's a very opportune time for us to come visit the island, come visit the city. And so I just wanted to introduce who we are. We are the COVID-19 vaccination strike teams. And on this call with me is our executive director, Dr. Leo Moore. And I wanted to introduce us to the council members here, let you know that we are planning a mission over there in Avalon, and to, in a matter of speaking, secure your blessing for us to come over there and to conduct COVID-19 vaccinations. A lot of our logistics are still in planning, but a rough idea we have so far is to set up camp in Hotel Formosa, one of the hotels who've already contacted us. Possibly maybe set up camp over there in your town circle to do some vaccinations. Work with the medical center over there to do some outreach, and perhaps have some teams going out to do vaccinations at some of the more points of interest in the community. For example, schools or churches or any homebound individuals.
Well, and you've already been in contact with the medical center?
We just received an email from them today, actually. And so we will be talking to them, I expect, by tomorrow when they reply. Yes. So I'm hoping to talk with them about, especially, I think they did address specifically the need for more vaccines for the kids coming for their vaccinations.
Mm-hmm.
And this is Dr. Moore. I'd just like to add that we would also, first, it's an honor to be here. Thank you for having us. We'd also appreciate your support in spreading the word, providing additional publicity or just sharing amongst your channels once we've finalized the dates for the mobile vaccination events that we'll host.
No. And anybody would be able to do it, whether they be a visitor or a resident, correct?
Correct, Madam Mayor. Yes.
Yes.
At this point of vaccination, we are, as long as it's a body within LA County, we vaccinate.
Okay. All right.
Our main goal is actually the residents of Avalon and the workers. But if we catch some tourists, I mean, why not?
Okay. Right.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to clarify that as long as it is a body that is approved through the FDA emergency use authorization.
Okay.
But we're all on the same page.
Yeah, great. Good. Excellent. Any questions or, I'm sorry.
I was also wanted to ask if any city staff would be able to liaise us around the city, perhaps, or maybe introduce me to some of the more prominent stakeholders over there in Avalon.
If staff can't do it, I'd love to do that kind of thing.
All right.
Alex, if you'd reach out to my office again, to Denise or Devin, okay? And we'll arrange that for you.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right. Any questions of Alec or Doctor? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, council members.
And then Mayor and Council, the next Zoom people in will be 2 representatives from Southern California Edison.
Hi, Mayor, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Marshall, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Vic Knoll. I'm Southern California Edison's Government Relations Manager for the City of Avalon. I'm here with my colleague, Patty Yasso Baltiera, a manager in our Customer Billing and Operations team. And we're here tonight to provide an update on 2 SCE items. The first update that many in the community are probably already aware of is that SCE has been replacing some deteriorated poles, mostly in the interior, but that work does require helicopter assistance. So you may have heard some of our copters going about the island. That job started Monday, September 20th, and will continue through next Friday, October 1st. However, yesterday and today should be the only days that we'll be working in the Avalon area. Most of the work is going to be in the interior of the island, but residents may hear the helicopter coming and going between Pebbly Beach and the job site. So we really appreciate the community's patience while we complete this important infrastructure work. And then secondly, the second up, as the city manager mentioned, is regarding SCE's new billing system and the delayed SCE bills that has created for some of our customers on the island, and what we're doing to correct that issue. But just to back up for a moment, SCE implemented a new billing and customer service system back in April of 2021, earlier this year. And obviously one of our core obligations is to ensure our customers' bills are accurate and delivered on time. And unfortunately, we have experienced a technical issue that has delayed our ability to deliver on time for some of our customers. So we are fixing the problem and diligently working to clear the backlog of delayed bills. But I did want to mention a couple of the challenges we've experienced in transitioning to this new billing system that have impacted the delayed bills. One, that the new system has created a learning curve for our employees. So that's the productivity is slowly ramping up, and we're hoping that will improve. Will certainly improve over time. And secondly, we did identify a few incidences of inaccurate high bills for some Catalina customers. So we immediately placed those accounts on review to ensure that our customers are getting bills that are being generated accurately. But at this point, let me turn it over to Patty to walk you through the rest of the update. Patty?
Thank you, Vic. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Honorable City Council. I'm going to go over some of the potential impacts created to our Catalina customers, our Get Well plan, which is in place, as well as some of the supporting customer communication and options that we do offer our customers during these trying times. So I'll be going over those points. In regards to the impacts to our Catalina customers, we do understand that it has been an impact to the area. 30% of our customers have been impacted with delayed statements. Majority of them fall between 1 to 3 months of them being delayed, and that includes our electric, gas, and water accounts. Overall, our Get Well plan, which again, as I indicated, we've started that process. We put a strike team together to solely focus on our Catalina customers. Again, our obligation to our customers, all Edison customers, is to reduce our backlog and to get our invoices out accurately and timely. Unfortunately, with the implementation of the system, it did create some delays. But in regards to Catalina, we have put a strike team, and again, we're working on the most aged accounts first, so we do have a strategy in place. We're also committing to reducing our backlog, and we anticipate having 95% of the delayed accounts billed current within the next 10 to 12 weeks. We are releasing the invoices on a daily basis as we go through the cleanup of the backlog. So that has started again. We actually started mid last week. In regards to the customer communication and support that we offer to our customers, we have a dedicated line for our Catalina customers that I'll share, and I believe Vic will be providing this information so that it can be shared to with our customers, so that they do not have to wade in our general standard line that was accidentally printed on the invoice, and that's probably why they're experiencing those high wait times. We do have a dedicated line for our customers. Again, if the customers are not able to make full payment once they receive their invoice, we're asking that they please call into the 800 number, which is 800-367-8851, to set up payment arrangements. Again, we will work with our customers to ensure that we provide whatever needs they may be requesting. Now, if the customers are on auto pay, when they do receive their invoice, it will automatically deduct the charges 10 days from the time that they receive their bill. So if they need assistance, they need to be removed once they receive their invoice. Again, we're asking them to call the dedicated line, and we'll work with them to remove them from direct pay or auto pay and provide them payment arrangements if needed. And again, that number is 1-800-367-8851. We also have a disconnection moratorium where we're not disconnecting any of our customers at this time. That's until further notice. And there is a website link where they can go to if they should have any additional questions, or again, if they need assistance with making arrangements to pay their bill. And that website is at sce.com/billhelp. Again, Vic will summarize all of this information and provide it to the city council members. I'll also share, I won't go through it here, but I'll share have Vic provide the actual direct link to the Catalina Island information, which again will provide the number to contact, and there's also frequently asked questions on that site. We're also, in addition to providing support and communication to our customers, we're sending out a letter which that explains the delayed situation that we're in. And actually that started going out as of September 16th, and the letters will be mailed to all customers that are 60 days or greater delayed. The final round of letters will be going out by the end of the month. Now, the letter will provide additional information to our customers, encouraging the customer to not call in, wait until they receive their invoice. Once they receive their invoice, they can contact the dedicated line or the dedicated number for Catalina to make those arrangements. But we are asking that they wait until they receive their invoice. And again, you know, our obligation to our customers is to get this delayed situation that we're in, get them billed current, but we also, it's very important that we bill our customers accurately. And so with that, I will hand it back to Vic.
Thanks, Patty. And thank you again for the opportunity to speak this evening. As Patty mentioned, I'll be circling back directly with the city manager's office and also the city council members to make sure that you have that phone number, that dedicated phone number, and the website information to share with the public. Southern California Edison values our partnership with the city of Avalon and Catalina. And again, we really appreciate the community's patience while we get this issue corrected.
I guess I have one little question. If it wasn't broken, why'd you try to fix it? I mean, wasn't the billing going on quite well for all these years?
Well, the system that we had, which is our CSS, our customer service platform, was antiquated. And so it had been in place for some time, well over 20 plus years. So it was getting to that point of slowness with all the data that's coming on board, and offering additional tools from a reporting standpoint, to also integrating to our website, which we provide information to our customers on the website if they're on paperless billing or if they choose to use the digital platform. So the system that we did have, without getting into too much detail of it, it was an antiquated system, and it was, there were many bolt-ons that were attached to the system, and anytime any type of changes would be required on the back end, required a lot of testing, and nearly became impossible to do any type of upgrades to the logic on the back end.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
From a high level, that's the best way that I can describe it.
Sorry to sound facetious, but I was surprised when you said 30%. That's a lot. I hadn't heard about any of the delayed billings because mine come out on time, but have the city gotten calls about the billings? Has that been an issue? No? Not for the people. Okay. Anyway, no, I thank you. Anybody have questions?
Yeah, I do. I just want to make sure that I heard correctly. I know you said that those that may receive a higher bill, given we haven't gotten bills since May or June, you guys are going to waive all late fees, correct? Even if somebody needs to do a bill payment?
The LPCs, there's and I'll confirm this, but I believe there's a moratorium on that as well for our residential customers. And I will confirm that and make sure that Vic circles back with that information.
Yeah,
but correct.
But your commercial accounts, you're going to charge a late fee?
I'll need to confirm on that as well.
Okay.
Now, if it was delayed on our end, right, so we can work with our customers in regards to that.
Okay, great.
Okay, so they should just call in to the 800 number that you gave us? Okay.
Correct, yes. And we, again, we're encouraging our customers to wait until they receive their invoice. We've started working on getting the accounts billed current, and we're releasing them on a daily basis. So as soon as they receive their bill, if they can contact that 800 number that I shared to make appropriate arrangements, and we will work with our customers.
And that is happening all over the region in which you provide electric service as well?
Correct. It's the impact isn't as large. If you look at the overall population, Edison territory, it's about 2%. Unfortunately, with our Catalina customers, because the population is so small, it's a greater impact. But again, majority of the invoice statements that are late are anywhere between 1 to 3 months. That's where the majority of the delayed is, and those are the ones that we're also targeting. So we're kind of like working at like in a sandwich. We're looking at the most aged accounts, and then we're also looking at what's current, and then we're working downward on those, which are easier targets to hit. So we have a strategy in place, and I'm extremely confident that we'll get this resolved within the 10 to 12 weeks, if not sooner.
Well, that's
That dedicated line for the island, will we get that back from Vic, or is it that 800 number?
It's 800. It's the 800, and Vic will also share it with, I believe he said the city manager. It's 1-800-367-8851.
I know that you mentioned you're asking them to wait till they receive an invoice to call that number. If someone needs assistance with turning off auto pay in the meantime, can they reach out to you through that number, or is it on the website only?
I'm sorry for cutting you off. No, they can reach that number at any time. The customers that we're requesting to wait until they receive their invoice are those customers that haven't received it, so that it doesn't become overwhelming. We do understand that we are in the delayed situation, and by contacting our energy advisors, there's really not much that they're going to be able to provide in regards to giving the customer information. That really falls on operations, and that's where we have the strategy in place to build these accounts current. But if they do have other questions in regards to a move-in or a move-out, or if they do have their invoice and they have an inquiry about their bill and not delayed, by all means, yes, please leverage that dedicated number for the island, for Catalina.
Okay. Are we able to turn off auto pay online?
I believe you will need assistance with that, because we do need we use a third-party vendor for the auto pay program. So we would need you, unless you completely remove yourself from the program. But you will need to call in if it's temporary where you want to remove yourself, and then come because you want to make arrangements, you don't want them to withdraw your charges from your account. We'll do that in the interim while the customer makes their arrangements, and then we'll put them back on when they request to be added back on, so that they don't have to go through the whole enrollment process.
Further questions? Well, thank you both for coming, and Vic, hope to see you in Catalina one of these days.
I hope so too, Mayor Marshall. I appreciate it, and thank you all again for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, and appreciate the patience.
Thank you. Okay. Oral communication.
Wait, before you go.
I'm sorry.
Denise, as we're going, is Mike watching comments coming in and stuff?
Yes, so we were going to oral communication now, formally.
I just wanted to make sure that he was online.
Michael is online.
Okay. This is an opportunity for people in the community to speak on an item that is not on the agenda. You will be limited to 2 minutes, and no action will be taken. And here comes Jim Lujohan.
And I'm actually channeling someone who had intended to be here and had a family emergency and could not. So tonight I am speaking on behalf of Revlin Williams, a consultant working with the Orange County Los Angeles Regional Broadband Consortium. And Councilmember Cassidy and Lavelle and I have been in close communication with her through our work with the Island Connectivity Group. And I just want to announce and invite the public to be on the lookout for an upcoming series of ads in the Islander that will have survey information on your broadband experience on the island. We tried to make it simple to use, but also very specific. So your experience as a private voter, your experience as a business owner, your experience as a resident, and so on. A digital version will also go live somewhere on the Love Catalina site. We're building a microsite within that for connectivity issues, and that's where it will rest. Just working out the details on that as soon as we get the final copy. And those who use the information in the newspaper or who don't want to submit online or cannot submit online, the Catalina Island Visitor Center on the pier will be a drop-off point for paper copies, and we'll make sure those get back to the LAOC Coalition.
And when did you say that might start coming out?
It can go digital as soon as I get the final copy, any minute, and it will be, we believe, in this week's paper. This Friday's
wow.
paper will be
Okay.
the first time.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Any
Thank
questions?
Thanks, Jim. No, we just wanted to extend thanks as well just to the Broadband Consortium team for meeting with us on multiple times to go over and get this survey set up, and to Jim especially for really driving the questions and specific need here on the island, and hope that a large number of people will participate, and both in English and in Spanish, and want to try to get a true sense to be able to hopefully gain additional funding, which is what ultimately all of this is looking for right now.
Great, thank you for being persistent on that. You all have been, it's crazy good. Okay. There's no other, we will go to the consent calendar.
Let me ask
Wait,
Michael
wait, wait.
Farmer if he has anything online.
Oh.
Any e-comments, Michael?
I have no comments.
Okay. All right, consent calendar.
But just so the public knows that if you want to comment, Michael Palmer is monitoring it, and he will report it out. So I just want the public to know that they can still send in their, even though he's not here in person, he is monitoring.
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
We have 9 items on the consent calendar this evening, one of which is the City Council acting as the Hospital Board of Trustees. First one is minutes, to approve the minutes of the August 31st, 2021 special City Council meeting. Number 2 is to approve total expenditure of $777,781.14 for the time period of August 23rd through September 3rd, 2021. Number 3 is to adopt the City of Avalon Information Technology Policy. Number 4 is to authorize the city manager to execute a contract with TPA for grant management and legislative advocacy for a 3-year term with 2 additional 1-year renewal terms at the cost of $5,000 per month for a total annual cost of $60,000. This is in the budget. And I do have Eric O'Donnell on Zoom if council has any questions for him regarding Townsend and what they've been up to. Number 5 is this is the second reading, is to adopt an ordinance repealing and reenacting several sections of Chapter 4-3 of the Municipal Code and adopting the 2019 California State Fire Code Title 24, Part 9, and the 2020 Los Angeles County Fire Code Title 32. Number 6 is to authorize the city manager to approve an amendment to the contract allowing Transportation Concepts to perform maintenance on the city's transit vehicles using Transportation Concepts mechanics on city facilities, and 2, to require Transportation Concepts to provide and maintain certificate of insurance that requires a blanket waiver of subrogation of workers' compensation. Number 7 is to authorize an increase of $13,500 in the contract sum for the Avalon Harbor Waste Tank Pump Out and Freshwater Fill-Up Flow Project to cover sales tax portion of the agreement from the Harbor Fund 104706648. Number 8 is to authorize the appointed voting delegate at the League of California Cities Annual Conference to approve the proposed bylaw amendments and resolutions. And just as a reminder, we did appoint by resolution the Assistant City Manager, Michael Palmer, to vote. And that's why Michael is not here this evening, because he is up in, well, he's not at the League right now.
Sacramento.
He's in Parsec. And then number 9 is the Hospital Board of Trustees one, and that is just to receive and file the reports, the CEO's August 2021 report and the CFO's July 2021 report.
Ready. So is there any items that you would like to pull, or maybe just had a brief question about? I had one. Audra, so did I read correctly that about every 10 days the mechanic comes out and checks things out? And then, but somehow it has, did I read that correctly?
The proposal is 3 times a month to have the TC mechanics come over. Let me pull their proposal.
Yeah.
So that I have it in front of me.
But there's, I guess my question is, but there's going to be no fiscal impact by?
There will be no fiscal impact to the general fund. The city, Metro has been very kind to the city in multiple pots of COVID funding. One of them is CRRSAA fund, which they gave us an extra $68,000, and then the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, they've given us additional funds. So the reason that we thought this would be a better tact than creating overtime for our mechanics is because we can't bill the mechanics time back to the grant, but we can bill TC mechanics back to the grant.
That's awesome.
So, and as you may all be aware, the mechanics are extremely overwhelmed, and some of these are very time sensitive, especially the buses for CHP requirements and 45-day PMIs. So we just felt that this is probably the best route to take. Chris is here in the audience. Chris is our current manager here on island. And the mechanics will come on the weekends when possible to not interfere with our mechanics doing their regular daily stuff.
Yeah. No, that's great. Okay, really good.
And Mayor, most importantly, I'll stress it again, is it relieves our mechanics.
Yes.
Since we only have 2 of them to work on fire, harbors, and public works, and all the other things that are on their list.
No, that's great. Thank you for thinking of that. Okay, council, what's your pleasure?
Then I will make a motion.
I'll make a motion, or
approving items 1 through 10.
1 through 9.
Oh, sorry, 1 through 9.
Yeah, because we pulled 10. Okay. And Cindy,
I'll second.
Okay, is there any comments? Any comments or otherwise? Okay, call for the vote.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Councilmember LaVelle? Aye. Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye.
Just as a reminder, item 10, which is a public hearing, is being removed from the agenda, and it will be tentatively scheduled now for the second meeting in October.
Okay.
So we're moving on to general business, and item 11 is admissions tax waiver for the Sammy Hagar Birthday Bash, which is October 7, 8, 9 of 2021. This item does appear on the agenda at the request of a council member. Our admissions tax accounts prior to COVID to approximately 6% of our general fund. The finance director did provide some numbers for you for this report. He was trying to approximate how much money this concert would generate for the city of Avalon. And based on 5,150 tickets, Matt does his magic trying to calculate these things for the council. And his approximation was based on that number of tickets, which is a little over $82,000. And that does not include the admissions tax portion. The admissions tax portion would be a little over $28,000. The proposal for this is just a one-time and not to exceed 10K, so the 50% of the admissions tax that it could bring in.
Well, you know, we were very generous with Jazz Tracks when he started out. I guess Sammy Hagar seems to like Catalina a little bit. So would it be the 50% of admission tax collected not to exceed 10,000 is reimbursed?
Correct.
I don't have a problem with that. What's everybody else thinking?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Well, I can.
But Mike,
sorry, is Lisa talking?
You're good. I'm good.
Go
with
ahead.
So I brought this to the city council specifically because this is an opportunity for a multi-year contract, and Steve Haves and myself, as council members at the time, created an events group which is still an events group that's in play today. Councilmember Lavelle and I sit on that now. And the idea is to bring more events to the city, events that are on shoulder and off season, not prime summer ones, and those that are going to generate a visitor to the island that maybe hasn't been here before, generate kind of further interest in the island from other parts of the country that maybe is not as well recognized. And that is specifically what Sammy Hagar brings to our community, is a whole barrage of fans of his that come from areas that we may not normally see in our demographic visitors. Second to that, during COVID, his team did an event down at the Isthmus, which was sort of a tester. And in every single conversation that I was a part of with any member of the teams, the vision of him being here on the island is exactly what he's looking for. Multi-year event, and to potentially do more concerts in our area and whatnot. So my thought was, I know just from conversations that the amount of money that they put into doing their live event for his birthday bash last year is in the few $100,000s worth of marketing materials, equipment coming to the island. And yes, it did generate income, but overall, creating an event like this on the island at this magnitude with these sort of fellow participants, specifically Nutterlander concerts, it's a huge opportunity for Avalon. And in all of our conversations the numbers are 5-year, 6-year turnaround. And so my thought as an incentive to say, hey, we are team members here. We are all wanting the same thing. We all want to be successful. I want to see the maximum numbers that Matt put together for us. I want to see that come into our revenue stream. And in order to do that, I want to be a good partner. And so I didn't feel as though it would be appropriate to say no admissions tax, because there's a lot of us that pay admissions tax on the day-to-day. We live here, we know the struggles, all of that. But I thought, as a one-time marketing incentive, I'd like to offer for the council to discuss splitting the admissions tax 50% up to a maximum of $10,000 as a marketing incentive to say, we really want you here. We want this to work out, and we hope it's just as successful as we're banking it's going to be. And it's the exact same thing we did with Jazz Tracks, very similar to what we did for Otillo. All the same reasons, just a little different financial structure for each of those. So that's my introduction to what we have on the agenda here, and am happy to answer any questions. Something that did just come to my mind, I want to make sure that I address this for the entire community publicly, that this is not a fee that would be presented back to the island company. This is strictly for a marketing incentive for the promoter who's actually, doing all of the promoting, advertising, marketing for this event, and that is Nederlander Concerts. So I want to make it very clear that this is not a benefit to the island company other than their participation as part of the team and utilization of their facilities for this event.
Okay, that was very
I do
thorough.
have one question. Since this is my first time doing one of these, I just want to know where we went of doing like Jazz Tracks and Otillo with a 5,000 incentive to now going to 10,000.
There was the incentive to me was coming forward and saying, let's split the admissions tax. And when I was putting it all together with the finance director, instead of splitting, $22,436 was to just say cap it at 10,000. So there wasn't for Otillo, they came essentially looking for participation with the council, and the council agreed to do the $5,000 marketing incentive. This is quite a bit different than Otillo, and the magnitude of this is significantly more than Otillo. But it's the exact same concept that we want to be good partners and we want to attract these types of events to the island.
I just want to clarify also that with Otillo, it was 5,000 for the first year. And if they had come back, they were going to request 10,000 for that second year. And then also for Jazz Tracks, it was years that the admissions tax was waived.
Years.
Okay, and then, so on here, if we had agreed to this 10,000, that is just a one-time though. So just like, okay.
It's only for this first year, and then subsequent years, if you've ever put on an event, you know how hard it is to do it the first time. You're figuring out the logistics. We've got some of the most incredibly difficult logistics to try to do anything on the island, with renting cars, finding people to work events, barging everything over. Everything here is significantly more expensive. And so once you do it, each subsequent year, the groundwork is already completed. It's a lot easier to change the dates, maybe upgrade the graphics, reach out to a broader audience. But the first year is really the largest, the largest amount of money for marketing and getting things going. So that's why I was putting it out there for just the first year.
I think to the benefit of this particular one as well, Nederlander Concerts, which is an arm of the Nederlander company, that my familiarity with them is with Broadway shows and stage productions. They're in New York, they're in LA, and so this is an offshoot of that brand. They do shows well. They're high quality, they know what they're doing, they're extremely skilled, and they're providing an outreach to an area of residential people in Southern California, and even, I would say, throughout the Western United States, at least, if not all over the world, who would travel here to see Sammy Hagar in concert in person. So I think to that benefit, I would be in support of this as well.
Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
I'll second.
Can I just clarify, it's to waive 50% of the admin tax up to $10,000 for a one-year period?
Correct.
Yeah.
Seconded.
Moved in second. Oh, and hold on. Yeah.
Can-
Dave Stevenson is here too.
Hi. Mayor, council members, Dave Stevenson, Catalina Island Company. I think this is really great forward thinking, and you guys couldn't have said it better. Niederlander is a good partner. Sammy Hagar is a good partner. He came out of pocket for what he did down in Two Harbors. And he, you know, this isn't just a one-hit wonder. He is very interested in the island, and Niederlander is like you say, Lisa, is a great partner that has reach and do things very well. So I think we're aligning ourselves with some quality folks.
Let me ask a question. Is there going to be anything all 3 days are in the casino?
Yeah, the first night, Thursday night, will be an acoustic set up in the ballroom.
Okay.
And then Friday and Saturday, it's his band.
Okay.
And they start at 8 o'clock. They're done at 10. And it's a concert on Friday and Saturday night. Then the Thursday night is acoustic set, and then a Q&A, and that's part of a VIP package.
So they're only performing for 2 hours? All of it's work for 2
Yeah,
hours?
you know, and they go to bed pretty early.
Yeah.
So that's good.
We just want to know what birthday this is for the young man.
It's 74.
No,
It's Sammy's 74th birthday.
oh, I had no idea. Wow. Wow, okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, but,
And
go ahead.
Could I just clarify that motion? I may have, Denise was a little bit low on the volume. It's not just waiving the 4% fee. I just want to make sure, because the tickets have been on sale, so it would actually be a payment back to Nederlander Concerts for 50% of the admissions tax received, up to a cap of $10,000.
Right.
We're approving
Okay.
as it's written. But before we vote, can we check and see if there's any public comment?
And again, the motion said adopted the staff report, but just to make clear, this is a one-time.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. Okay, and is Michael Palmer anything on the telly?
I have no comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then Denise, the vote, please.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye.
Okay, the
Thank
next-
you, everybody. I really appreciate your support on this item.
Of course.
Next item on general business is approval of encroachment permits for structure at 383 East Whitley, and Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy will be recusing herself as well as myself for conflicts of interest.
Michael Palmer, you're going to help us through this one?
I am, yeah. I was just given a couple seconds to have Denise leave. So, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. This item before you is the consideration of 2 encroachment permits for structures at 383 East Whitley. The request here is to authorize the city manager or her designee to execute a landscape maintenance agreement and authorize city staff to negotiate with the property owners to determine the amounts of the required bond and liability insurance. This item was last heard in May of 2021, earlier this year, and there were a couple follow-up items before council rendered a decision that they would like to follow up on. I'm not going to go into the entire history, but just a quick brief overview as a refresher. The 2 decks in questions, one of them was an upper deck encroachment permit that was erroneously authorized in 2015 by the then city manager. That was beyond the scope of their purview. That's something that needed to come to council. Council has the authority to approve these types of encroachment permits. The second one was a mid-deck encroachment in 2018. Both of these items have gone to the Planning Commission and for a site plan, as well as a setback variance for the upper deck and the plan setback variance for the expansion of the middle deck. There was a previous first deck that had been a part of that initial request. Planning Commission had denied the lower deck, but they had approved the middle deck and the upper setback variance conditions. The first condition was that there was a soil and structural report to confirm the structural integrity of those deck supports. And then the second one was to confirm the location of the sewer line within the city's property and confirm the applicant's deck structures would not impact the sewer line before the improvements were made. That one has been fulfilled. The first one would be contingent upon approval of the encroachment permit. So at the May 18th, 2021 City Council meeting, Council had made two requests. The first request was to get clarification on the easement, and city staff did go back in the history of the street easement and found that in 1939, the Catalina Island Company had granted the city of Avalon an easement or right-of-way for public street purposes over, along, and across the lots in that between East Whitley and Whitley Avenues. This was also confirmed in a preliminary title report that staff had obtained from one of the lots that we ran in Whitley Avenue. Staff consulted with legal counsel to determine the legal right for the city to grant encroachments in that land easement that was granted by the Catalina Island Company. And essentially, it's the city's attorney's opinion that the city can grant an encroachment upon its easement. There's legal precedent, and we have the right to do that. Questions on that can be directed directly to Scott, and I'm sure he could provide a little bit better explanation for the legalities of that or the legal case law that's for that. The second request that council had made was the historical records of encroachments, and so we dug through the previous archives of the city's files, and we found that essentially out of 15 different requests, 11 were approved previously for approximately 8 properties out there, and 4 were outright denied. Out of the 4, 3 were denied for one property and 1 was denied for a separate property, and most of these happened decades ago. There are a number of illegal encroachments that currently exist in that property. Staff did hire a surveyor and had them mark it out. We are still waiting for the final plot map to determine how many of those are illegally encroaching. But it does look like a number of those were approved. The applicant is here in the audience, or their representation is here in the audience. I also have Bob Greenlaw, the Public Works Director, who is in the audience, who can help to answer any questions that council may have. The one thing I do want to note, and it may not have been said before, is one of the reasons why the applicant is seeking the encroachments in the first place for the decks is to help provide them with additional access to the rear of the house. Right now, there's no way to access that rear portion or the storage area in back, and widening the middle deck specifically would create that access, allow the deck to be used as an escape route in the event of emergency when access to the front is blocked for whatever reason. So with that, that kind of concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions should council have any.
If I could add just one additional point, one of the things that this agreement, if you grant it, does provide, which does not currently exist, is we have a vigorous landscape agreement that they have agreed to, which will mean that they are responsible for maintaining the landscaping behind the property so that we can have good access to our facilities, as well as clean the area up and make certain that our facilities are not impaired by water runoff, slides, etc. They are agreeing to do that as consideration for the granting of this easement.
Thanks for the clarification, Scott.
Okay, because this thing is very, I don't know why this is so complicated or confusing to me. As of right now, they're not asking for anything. The damage is already done, right? It was made larger than it should have been. Is that correct?
Well, yes and no. They were operating under the assumption that they already had previous approval on the upper deck. The upper deck was granted an approval, an encroachment permit administratively. It should have been granted through the city council. So they went ahead and started to enlarge that area. And really the enlargement that we're looking at up there is approximately 75 square feet, or in one corner about 2 feet 6 inches on the upper deck, to a total of 6 inches or 6 feet rather on the other side. On the middle deck, that one is started to be built. It is not yet finished. That one was approved by the Plan Commission, and they were seeking a permit to expand that out. Approximately the same, about 2 feet 7 inches on one corner to a total of 5 feet into the airspace above that encroachment.
And the lower deck?
The lower deck will be removed completely. Right now, that's just kind of the staging area. They haven't torn that down because they're going to be utilizing that, if approved, to continue building it. If have to reduce the size of their deck so it no longer encroaches into the city's airspace.
Like you kind of muffled. So the lower deck is going to be removed.
The lower deck will be
it was
removed
never built.
right now.
Okay, that's
It's
okay.
just
Okay.
utilized as a staging area.
All righty. So I have a question, just kind of thank you for being here, for wanting to take on the responsibility of that area. So if it starts a little higher up, it's not just coming out, it could be also stuff that drains down, correct? And where do you say it's their mess or somebody else's mess to have, or maybe that's Bob Greenlaw too. Come on up, Doug Otto.
Good evening, members of the City Council, Mayor Marshall. My name is Doug Otto. I represent the owners of the property in question here at 383 East Whitley Avenue. They, as has been presented, are requesting 2 encroachment permits. One was granted back in 2015, but there was a technical violation that because the acting city manager did not have the authority to pass that without bringing it to the council, and so that's why that's back here before you. Now, because they had the approval, they went ahead and constructed or revised that deck up there, and they haven't touched it since this issue came up, but that's one that's before you. The other one is the middle deck, or rather the lower deck, because as I think was just pointed out, there is no lower deck. There's nothing at the ground level, and in fact, both of the encroachments that are being requested are, if you'll pardon the expression, in the air. They're not on the ground at all. And it was mentioned by Mr. Palmer that the idea is that right now in this residence, if there was a fire or if there was an earthquake, and the only way you could go out is by the front door, and without access to the front door, there's no way else out of the house. I think the fire department would say to you, and I think at the last hearing it was said that this is a life safety issue, and what they intend to do is on the middle deck is to erect a staircase over a substantial portion of that to go down to the first level to allow them to leave the property in the event of an emergency. And that's one of the main reasons why they're asking for that. I want to tell you a little bit about my clients, because we've heard people say, though, is this a party house? What's going on here? My clients bought their Avalon home 6 years ago as a retirement property or retirement home. My the wife was the executive director of the Port of Los Angeles. The husband was a longtime administrator for the state of California. They have no intention ever of renting out the property. In the 6 years that they've owned it, they've never even applied for what's now become a transient rental license. Prior to that, it was a rental agreement. There have been no parties there, nothing like that. It's their intention to live in this home and not to rent it out. The life safety issue is particularly important because there's no alternative to that. If you know the property, you know East Whitley and Whitley, it's on a steep rake, and there's no other alternatives other than to go out the back way, and there's no way to get to the bottom floor right now. And there's nothing down on the bottom floor except as a way of exiting. In fact, because of the encroachments that Mr. Palmer has mentioned, you can't even get around some of the encroachments on adjacent properties that would allow you access there. They're entirely blocked off. When you consider an encroachment permit here in the city of Avalon, there are 3 criteria that have to be considered. The first is that the encroachment use must be necessary or desirable. We think what we're showing you is that it's necessary as a fire safety issue to be able to get off of the property. But it's also desirable because the properties on either side, and indeed all along the street, have ocean views, and it's a quite nice area of Avalon, and so that means that it's desirable. The second criteria is that the encroachment use does not create a substantial adverse impact on persons or property. And the third is that the encroachment does not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. So we think that we satisfy each of those criteria, that with regard to the second criteria, it's instructive to know exactly what the size of these encroachments would be. Mr. Palmer summarized to some extent what it is, but the original deck that was authorized back in 2015 was authorized to be built to a total of 244 square feet. But to show you the interest of my clients in being neighborly and living in Avalon, what they did after that approval was granted was to go to the neighbors on either side and say, this is what we have, how do you feel about it? And they said, oh, could you move it back a little bit? You know, could you? And literally, with the neighbor on one side at the 385 address, they said, she came out and said, no, move it back a little more. And they agreed to a particular location for the size of that deck. And the same thing for the owner at 381. He said, is this okay? Is this okay? And instead of erecting a 244 square foot top deck, they constructed a 196 foot deck. And so they voluntarily stepped it down. Now, based on that, what exists out there right now is a total of 75 feet that encroaches into this area. Now, I think some of you have been out there, but what you'll see is that there's a 15-foot wide street dedication. It will never be a street, but it's been in that condition for over 50 years. And it's become a problem because it's never cleaned out. It's never, the water doesn't flow. It's always clogged up. And the city took the position that whatever needs to be done should be done for the public benefit as well. And so with regard to the third criterion, and that the encroachment use does not adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare, what they've done is to say, look, we're willing to take the burden of signing a landscape maintenance agreement, instead of the city having the responsibility for cleaning out its street there or its easement, my clients have said, we will do that. We will take responsibility for it. We will annually go down and make sure that it's clean. We're subject to inspection by the city. It's a 5-year term. It's renewable after that. That's what the intention is. And we think that that is a great benefit to the city at a time where the costs of government are so high, especially with this pandemic, that what you're getting is private citizens agreeing to do the work that ordinarily would be the responsibility of the city in exchange for, that's the public benefit here, the encroachment permit to allow the top deck and the lower deck. Now, with regard to the lower deck proposal is for 161 square feet, but only 62 square feet of that would be in the easement, and so it's really not much of an intrusion into what the encroachment area is. We've talked about public health and welfare, and we think that what this is a very good trade-off both for the city of Avalon and for my clients who want to have use of the back portion of their property, both for aesthetic reasons and for the ocean views that are there, but also for the life safety issues that are presented because they have no way of exiting their home. So what I'd like to do is have Mrs. Nats talk to you a little bit about some of the things that she's learned up there.
So, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Just a few things I want to add. You know, our philosophy in going through this is trying to identify what the issues are and resolve them. And so the last meeting, the maintenance plan was new to everybody. So I made a giant poster-sized copy of it to use to meet with my neighbors. And there was a prior e-comment that was submitted by Doug DeCesare, Sheriff Doug on my one side. And 3 weeks ago, we met with him, and he's okay with the project. He was afraid we were going to be renting out our unit, and I assured him that's not going to be the case. I actually told him, I'll keep you posted when it's coming up on council so you can send another e-comment. And as it turned out, we learned last night when I couldn't run him down, he's on a fishing trip. Earlier this summer, we were outside on the deck, and my husband dropped a tool or something. It rolled off the end. We have no way to get down there. We literally went over and knocked on Diane's door and knocked on Doug's door because we have to go through their house to get out there. Our third story is a dirt room, and there's a door into it, and it's used for storage. There's paint and stuff, but we have no access to that. We can't even get down there. So I appreciate Michael Palmer adding to the staff report the importance of having those stairs to get out, because if we're downstairs and there's a fire or something, we can't get out of the house. So that was very important. The last thing I wanted to mention is, and I brought copies of, I know the report said the city's going to do a survey, but Fine Line hired a licensed surveyor to go out and do a survey. And actually, it's actually on page 262 it shows up on my iPad of the report, the whole city thing. But I brought extra copies for it too, to pass out. I know some of you are online, but it does show up on page 262. But you can see, when you see that, our encroachment is very small compared to other encroachments that are there, other, approved encroachments, not to mention the unapproved ones. And thank you, that's all I wanted to say, but I'm happy to answer questions.
So the area is about 15 feet wide. How long are we talking?
How long?
Yeah.
How long is the deck, or how long is
the easement long this way?
Well, the easement goes all the way down the hill. It was like a whole, actually, let me just.
Right, so I guess my question is, if you're going to be cleaning up, you cleaning up?
Oh.
Yes, yeah.
The entire roadway?
How do you decide? Thank you.
So here's us.
Uh-huh.
right here. This is the line of the encroachment
Uh-huh.
right here. So here's our encroachment here. Here's the encroachment on my neighborhood.
Right, okay. Right, so, but stuff will roll downhill.
Right, it goes downhill this way.
So at what point do you,
Our responsibility picks up, I have made a big poster so that it was easy for people to see.
If we're talking, if we could please talk into the microphone.
oh yeah, I'm sorry,
So that,
I'm sorry.
Councilmember De La Rosa could
So
hear.
this is what I had printed up so that people could understand what it was. And it shows the area that extends along where we have to put a concrete berm to protect the people that are below us. And so we're responsible for the area behind our unit and down the hill, the area behind Doug DeCesare's unit.
DeCesar.
Right, but it's not, but not further on down there. Like he's got drains that are clogged that haven't been, well, it's not his drains, it's in the easement. Those haven't been cleared out in like forever.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the encroachment or the easement area that they're responsible for is included as part of an exhibit of the land
I think that's
maintenance
the,
agreement, and it shows all of the agreed upon items that they're responsible for, as well as the area.
right.
And to be clear, the city supports this. They've worked with us all along. We've done whatever they've asked us to do, provided whatever information. The city attorney has looked at this and opined that what we're doing is legally allowable, and they support this as well. So we feel confident that with all the work over the couple of years that this has gone on, that we've come up with a project that's a win-win for not only the owners of the property, my clients, but also for the city of Avalon, which will save a great deal of money over the time of the agreement, but also clean up an area that has been essentially abandoned for more than 50 years.
I see that we've got a couple other people in the audience. Did you want to come up and say anything, Kurt?
Good evening, all. Kurt Cameron, 356 West Whitley. Contrary to my usual awkward way of dealing with the opposition, last night I had a real informative and cordial conversation with my new neighbors for the first time. Should have taken place a couple of years ago for all the effort that said went into it. It should have been done, and we would have probably had a lot more agreement on some of this stuff. But in a way, you pay for the attorneys to have all the right words spoken. And how many times have we heard the words about new properties? Well, let's start there. We've heard the same thing time after time about the CUPs. I'm not going there because that remains to be seen. But I mean, to say we're not going to do it, we love the place, all that. Heard it before. We discussed a lot of the history of that area. And to say it was ignored is an understatement. To say it was an abandoned, it was understatement. It was the city's responsibility, is the city's responsibility to take care of the drainage, take care of the weeds. It's their property. It has been ignored for 40 years that I know of. Now, every storm, every rain, I get flooded. It's almost, you figure there's so much water coming down that one of these days will be the trout and the fish, and you'll benefit from it. Right now, it just floods everything, all the tool sheds, all the storage areas. You learn to deal with it. You lift the tools up, you put them off the floor. The drainage has never been addressed. We discussed this, and from the contractors, I had problems with the contractor. Every single time we deal with a certain contractor, there's things that are said and things that aren't done. The pillars that we talked about earlier, they're almost fully exposed now, and I mean, that's all erosion. Whatever soil sample that the contractor had checked into, I hope has been checked by an official review, because it's eroding. There's daylight under some of those areas. I think that the biggest problem I have now, which comes to light, and you know, it solves the problem and addresses it. But the easement, as we recognize it, the fire escape, that's a valid point, good point, another desperation move. You should have an access, but if you hadn't have blocked off all the walls up above where they used to come down, stairways or whatever, you can do the same thing. The house, we're only talking a foot here, a foot there, you know, just minimal deal. And I have to say they've made every effort to accommodate the city's wishes and the measurements and the, you know, I would say for the most part, the neighbors. But contractors come in, things go up, things go out, and there has to be an argument to bring those things to light so it can be changed. By taking that whole easement now and taking responsibility for it, the responsibility is what sets me off. Because what happens, you know, as far as precedent goes, look at the precedent. You get some organization, some country that comes in and said, you know, here's the checkbook, write yourself a check, and we want this place to change and we want to spice it up to look like something else. This is one person taking control of that area. Responsibility is one word, control is another word. They mean the same thing, basically, in this particular instance. I think if the owners were approached for each area, I think the best solution would be contact the owners about that no man's land, that each one section off that area, and consider selling it to the owners. The city is never going to use that area. It's a utility area. That in mind, I don't think anybody's planning on building out into that area. But if they had the ownership of it, we'll say, everybody would know exactly what they could do and get away with. You know, there would have to be agreement. I end up, no matter what, I live at the bottom of the hill, so we know where it flows, and I get all the drainage. I don't mind dealing with that part of it if there's a reason for it. Everybody stopped working on that property, taking care of it, when this whole thing started, because it was an absolute failure of the city to be responsible for the drainage, the plug holes, the overflows, the erosion of my driveway, and to pour all in one area for one person to take responsibility for isn't right, because now he's picking up the tab for what should have been done for the last 50 years. When the island company passed that property down, there were no condos up there. And it was a factor that anybody in the right mind would, instead of walking all the way around the loop there, you'd cut down through the properties. That's not a factor anymore. You can't get down through the properties. So theoretically, that whole easement ceases to exist as an access for anything. And
so I have a question. So I guess we're going to be getting something that talks about the illegal easements that are already existing, and then what? So, I mean, is the answer to just say, no, we don't need to do this agreement at all? I don't know what you're wanting out of this.
Well, I think as far as easements go, as far as the legalities go, I did find Doug last night and talked to Doug, myself, the neighbor, and we're all, I think, agreeable to being responsible for our areas. In return, the city could sell that area, take the money, do whatever they want. But I mean, it's a transfer of the responsibility with the profit. The city would never have to deal with it again. We'd never have to have this. This argument has gone on for so many months, years. And the last council meeting where it was discussed, one of the council people on the TV was the second for one of your motions. Without the second, this whole thing should be voided anyway. Now tonight she has to step aside. Then she had the power to vote to keep this whole thing alive. I don't mind helping the neighbors, but when we start giving the property away, I do object to that, because I have tried to deal with that area before for the same reasons. And it's always been an absolute no, the city will never do it. We need that area. Well, we're willing to solve the problem by agreement of all the neighbors. Right now, none of the neighbors are getting along. This is the first step in a big, long battle that's been going on. And I think with everybody gets something out of the deal, including the city, you couldn't have a better deal. And you're basically unloading a responsibility that you don't recognize anyway.
Okay, so, well, hell, that seems like it makes it even simpler for everybody. They don't have to pay anything in the city, or we do whatever. But in terms of the other stuff, there's nothing that, now they're going to want to ask to have stairs built, correct? You'll have to come before us. Is that going to be a problem when they ask for stairs to be built?
Well, if they have, if we distribute the property equally fairly, and by the survey, whoever wants to do it, they'll know exactly how far out they can go with their ladder or whatever else. Doug will know exactly how far he can go out. The other condo was already expanded by a click and a glass and a wave of the pen agreement, and she, not her, but the previous owner, created the ability that she could expand to the present boundaries, now footprint, if you want to call it. I don't know what's up past Diane's house, because to me, from where I live, it's all jungle. I don't know about all the illegal encroachment down on the downhill side. I don't really care. It's not part of the problem right here. But for this immediate problem, and for that little tiny space that nobody's is ever going to use unless you take pride in your own area, and there's retaining wall possibilities there, there's drainage situations. Everything has to be remedied, but if the owners take responsibility for their property, I think things will come together a lot faster than coming up here and arguing every couple of months.
Well, okay, Michael Palmer or somebody, can you tell me simply what the problem is? I mean, if everybody's already encroaching, let it go the way it is. If they want to build stairs, they figure out how to build the stairs. I guess I'm getting kind of tied up in what the problem is.
So the issue right now is there's one easement area that the city maintains, and we need to remedy that by either granting an encroachment for the airspace of the two decks, or to deny that and have them reduce the upper and the middle deck so that it approaches.
Okay, so there's going to be no more building of decks. That's a done deal. And they may come to look for stairs at some point, and that would be that other issue. And
so that's what's in front of you tonight, is this one property, okay?
I know.
There's a lot of other things that are happening within this easement, this 15-foot easement, which goes, up to the extents of Bonita Way and past.
Right.
Has the city's sewer line in it. It has potential to have other utilities in it. It provides, a street easement can be used for a lot of things, okay? It can have those utilities like we have under the ground or above. It can provide drainage, and so that's where we put the drainage down in that street easement like we do in our curb and gutters or in drain. It can provide access. So we have stairways sometimes But, you know, in the more general sense, when you're in the mainland, you have a driveway. And a driveway goes, and it's an encroachment permit to get in there. And you go, usually you're a city or county, and you go apply as part of your package for building an encroachment permit. So these are not unusual things. It's just, what's unusual is it's on the back of a house, it's a street, and it's just not what we normally think of as a street easement. But for some of the things that we're asking to do there, it is normal for a street easement. You know, we're just, we more expect to have some surface where we drive and it's flat. So those uses, what we're talking about, it seems consistent with what you do as a street easement. One of the things that's important, at least for the deck or having where it's maybe the stairway touches the ground, but it's not exclusive use. So a lot of the illegal encroachments that are happening around the city are people bordering property that's the public's and using it for exclusive use. This is not the case here. So it's really for access and it's for drainage and to maintain that hillside below their house so their house, their foundation can be maintained. So really when this condo complex was developed, it was 3 units. It was a single and then it was a duplex. So where they're at, they had that duplex and they're proposing to maintain that area below that duplex. So and that's to be able to maintain the hillside, but also if any erosion happens, it does and has some sediments, they're going to clean that drainage. And because that's been problematic for the city, because we don't have drainage funds. Drainage funds come out of general funds. It's not, that's where it is, and that's what's really funding this. So it's not like, and if this condo complex was built today, I'd be saying if there was some conditions on the approval of it, I would say you're maintaining those drainage structures you're putting in because a lot of your impact from what you built down the sides of your house and down in the back is coming down the drainage down below. Okay, and so you've got to maintain that. That's all this is doing. It's kind of in retrospect is making sure that those things that should have happened when it was first built and some of those impacts are being taken care of now. For them to be able to put and get that access or to be able to encroach a little bit within the city's street easement, there has to be a public benefit. And so that's why we requested that, and it seemed appropriate at the time. Not that I'm trying to sell you on it, I'm just saying the reasoning behind this. And so that there's a toolbox as we go, because there's other encroachments there. Some of those encroachments that exist down there are exclusive use in that area, and we'll need to deal with those. But as we do that, we're looking for help to get a toolbox together to be able to move through this. Whether it's this or not, but there's still, we have to deal with the encroachments because they're encroaching onto public property and there's no, some of these have no encroachment permit, no insurance, no, you know, and so there's some liability there for the city, okay? Any other questions of me when I'm up here? I know I spoke too much, probably.
No, you didn't speak too much.
Okay. Okay.
Comments by any other council or?
Can I make?
Oh, yeah, yes, please.
Sure. And maybe the city attorney can help out here. What's before us tonight, before you tonight as a city council, is request for 2 encroachment permits. One was previously granted, and then we were told that it was not done the right way, but based on your telling us that we could do it, we went out and we did this, and we're just kind of basically asking you to validate that decision. That's the top deck encroachment permit. The other one is what we've been characterizing as a life safety issue, because we're not trying to expand out to take land away. We're trying to create opportunities to save the lives of the people that live in this place, which are very uncomfortable otherwise. We're not going to increase the size of that deck except for just a little bit, because what we're really going to do is to take the side of that deck and build a staircase. So the staircase goes down to the first so that they can get out of there. So it's, I don't want to overcomplicate this, and you know, there's all kinds of things you can do with land use planning over time, and there may be things that have happened over the years that there are better ways to do it. But before you tonight are the issues about whether we've justified the 3 criteria, that have to be met, and if they're met, I think it's your, and you believe that they've been met, I think it's your obligation to say, we will grant these encroachment permits. And the fact that my clients are willing to help out here with other stuff is a benefit to the city, but it's not that shouldn't be the focus. The focus should be whether we've met the criteria and whether this is a good idea or not.
Right. Okay, thank you. Kurt, did you want to say
Mr. Otto is correct, but that's what's before the city. I think Kurt's point was that, and as I understand it, I think he'd like to see that the city just sell this property, which in effect would have the same result. That people then, if we sold the easement, they'd be able to build the deck on it anyway, and they'd have the maintenance responsibility. Maybe we get some cash. That's not before you. What now is given this application, will the council allow this to use? And it's not giving away the city property. This is granting an easement to be able to use city property, to go on city property, but it's still the city property. You're not giving away control or ownership. You're just allowing someone to encroach on it with the requirement that they have to maintain the construction. I mean the maintenance area. And what we will do, given the concerns, is we will make certain that as this is being built, if it is approved, that it strictly complies with the conditions of approval, strictly complies with any easement granted, and if not, we will halt construction midway and stop it and make certain it meets what this council grants.
Okay.
And just for clarification, we've done that for other properties. It's part of what our building official goes out and actively engages in.
So let's say we have really bad rains and they're not around and there's a mess. Do we, because there's something about 7 days. 7 days might be a long time if there's a problem, if there's a big problem with rain. Do we, what's the teeth into saying, you know, you have 48 hours to clean up a mess? I think this says 7 days before they say they're going to do something. So I'm curious about that a little bit.
Well, the first part of that is there's an annual self-certification that the property owner would need to do. So they would need to show that they're making these cleanup and improvements and maintaining those improvements on an annual basis, which will help hopefully mitigate some of the issues that could creep up. The other part of that is if we've got substantial debris, staff has the ability to contact the property owner and work with the property owner to ensure that it gets cleaned up in a timely manner.
And if it didn't get cleaned up in a timely manner, we do it and we bill them?
Yeah, and we're also posting a bond.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, the bond, I mean, if this is kind of a belt and suspenders approach. We're saying we've got a bond that says that if we don't do it, you can get that. You can take us to court. We've said that we got to leave by this. You can go back and undo this.
Right.
So I think it's a proven benefit to the city, and what's being requested is much less than what other encroachments are in that area. In fact, an infinite percentage of what some of the encroachments are. They're trying to get downstairs and they're trying to use the deck in front, but without much expansion at all.
Right. Well, again, where's the expansion? I didn't think we were building anything.
The one deck is already.
Yeah, sorry, Doug.
The one deck is already constructed. This bottom, the middle deck, or the deck right below the upper deck, I call it the lower deck, will be expanded ever so slightly with a little bit of an encroachment that will help accommodate the stairway.
Okay. Okay, council comments? At your pleasure.
The only question I have is why there isn't an egress from the middle level down to the dirt level and a door out the back of the building?
Sorry.
If the whole point of, and I appreciate the need for safety access from the back of the house, but is there a reason why that wasn't built into the house from the middle level down to the dirt level with a door out the back of the building instead?
That was before their time, no?
Okay. Or is that a possibility?
When the house was originally built, the owner of that unit never finished the third floor, the
Okay,
third
the bottom
story. So
floor,
there's no
yeah.
internal access to get down to the third story.
Okay.
So it's only from the outside.
And then right now, just because it's a little difficult with the photos that are included, the profile on A3 from the plans, the deck as it's shown currently, does that already have the full-length structure of the height of the building with those footings down into the easement area?
Can I walk up there?
Sure. Yeah, I think I can see it, but I'm just not sure if it's a shadow or if it's actual. Just watch your stuff with the cords and stuff. So these footings that are here underneath the deck space, that's already in place, right? That's that line there. Okay. Thank you. I have a lot of thoughts. I think we should look at bringing back Mr. Cameron's idea regarding the space. I don't know what the legalities are of that, so if we can look at that for a future council meeting regarding the possibility and or ability to split that parcel and be able to sell it to the landowners that are in that space. The concern I have is the city access for sewer, so we can discuss that at a later meeting. The space in terms of use.
Well, I would just say one thing which I just remembered. The underlying problem, what we have is, I think we have it on the island company's property. So it's our property. We have an easement on the island company's property. And what we're doing is we're an easement we're granting an increment on our easement, which we are allowed to do because it's not an exclusive easement that we have from the island company. So we could talk to the island company about that as a solution, but I just remembered that we have an easement, not the underlying fee to the property.
Okay.
Thanks, Scott. I was going to say that.
Thank you. The footprint of the design and, the deck as it's built currently up top is the size that it is with the footholds already in place. So the actual scope of this size isn't going to be taking up any additional space that's not already currently being utilized. To that end, I think I'm in agreement with this. My concerns come in, and not unlike Mr. Cameron's and also with Diane Stone's letter that we received, in terms of future use of this building. And Kurt's right, we've heard it time and again, oh no, it's my retirement property, I'm never gonna use it for this. Outside noise won't be an issue. I agree that the homeowner needs to have a safe way to exit the back of the building and the lower level of the building. And the fact that this was previously approved by the city incorrectly is where I think that we need to look at this as if it was something that was approved. It's not like they were a person who did something they weren't allowed to. They went full faith forward with the fact that they thought that they had approval to do this. I'm concerned, to be totally fair and honest, about that middle deck and the noise that it could cause. I'm concerned about the privacy level of the existing people in the area feeling like they're losing some of that level of privacy. I don't know, as we've seen in the past, if the design of the deck could be made so that that level of privacy may be maintained, whether it's something with shades or coverings or something to make people feel like they still maintain that same level of space even though you have the access for the deck.
Say that the decks are at different levels
Right.
for my neighbors. They're not all
Yes.
the same level.
Yeah, no, and I know for sure with the surrounding areas of how kind of they sit and everything. It's just an extra level of access of view. So I think the points that are required to approve an encroachment have been made. I think the thing that I would just caution everyone on is that, and Scott, please correct me if I'm wrong, or Michael, that this is an encroachment that would have a certain time limit and or could be revoked at any time by the city. And so the understanding that the landowner and or future landowners know that there is a chance that at some point this may be revoked. If the island company pulls the land back and releases our easement, if there's a change in that use, that could happen, and you could lose potentially not only access, but also the amount of construction money that you're putting into this project.
And that's correct, Councilmember Lavelle. There, all encroachments that the city grant can be revoked at any time. The city has that built into its encroachments. The other thing that the council could do, should you wish, you can actually condition the encroachment so that there is no deck use for transient rental use. So if you're concerned about the property being used transiently, you can condition that as well.
Well, thank you for your comment, Michael, but I have a problem with that. We have a process by which people can go to get those transient licenses, and who's to say that Diane Stone or Kurt Cameron at some point may say, well, I'm moving to Maui and I want a transient rental, so I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that at all. And when you talk about the level of privacy, I have 3 feet on both sides of my house with people, so level of privacy, and I've got vacation rentals all around me. So, those kind of things don't fly with me, but I respect your opinion. Okay, Kurt.
I think the question about the island company ownership, ultimate ownership or whatever, I think that can be solved with a phone call.
Yeah.
And I've gone through this for close to, 40 years now, trying to deal with the same question. It keeps coming up. It's got to revert back to the island company. The phone call to the island company is going to take care of all of this. I think.
Again, that's not on the agenda tonight. Tonight is just this encroachment permit. And if the council would direct, we could look into that other matter, but we can't take action on that tonight.
I'm just merely asking for a phone call. It's a suggestion.
Yeah, good to go.
Ultimately, we all have to live in the same neighborhood, small little space. My proposal about ownership of that area, and I'm saying we just develop that conversation, see the possibility of it, and move forward, because I think everybody's on agreement with it. This way that the neighborhood as such, all 6 houses, could move forward and be compatible in their end result. If what we're here to pass tonight goes into effect, that responsibility or control, the 2 words got to go together on this. The city has made money, which I think is a bad precedent for that. And it creates an area of contention from now on, because you've taken space, whether you've paid for it or not. And as we look out the back, Doug looks out the back of his place, I look out the back of my place, Rosemary, Diane, and it looked real pretty. But it's not to say we couldn't do that anyway. The place has been ignored for so long that, it's nice to see a little attention now. It's sorry that one person has to pick up a tab for that kind when it's been, forgotten about for so long. But that's where everybody has something to gain by the purchase. And we're not talking a major piece of property. We're literally talking about maybe 60 feet by 16 or whatever it is. And we're talking a minor, and then you divide that up. The hardest part would be marking it. Part of the encroachment is the fact that you can't find half the property lines in town anyway. And that would help, because it helped us all understand our properties a little bit better. But, I personally would like to live in a neighborhood where we all got along without looking out the back, and the prettiest flower in the field is a point of resentment for what it represents. And I appreciate the fact they're ready to come over here, participate in the town, participate in making the neighborhood good, and with the prospect of having good neighbors in that area. So we got everything to gain by getting along, nothing to gain by not get no.
So then what I'm hearing is we approve the approachment permits, but don't do an agreement with them, and then someday we get you all down and say, okay, who wants to pay for this? Or who wants to keep up with the Joneses? They want to make it look one thing I have found in this town, when somebody tries to make something look nice, it puts a little whatever on the neighbors, and they go, man, I should, because maybe I could plan to.
Well, right now you have no incentive to do it, and this is why everybody just stopped working in that area, because for so many years I would go back there, hack weeds, fish out the drainage and everything, and it didn't bother me a bit. It's part of taking care of your stuff.
Yeah.
It got to a point where this was starting to line up, and I'll watch the palm trees grow. They're the worst thing you could have back there. And you got to get those out. But if somebody's going to take responsibility for that whole area and pay for it, then let them take out the palm trees and whatever. But that's what my problem is just giving that land away, or whatever, lease agreement or whatever else you want to call it. It's a bad precedent, because when people come in with a checkbook and want to do the same thing, you've established the fact that it can be done, and now they're going to come in and say, well, we'd like to do it too, and we'll pay twice as much.
Well, and they're just maintaining it, and we can take that, we can end that agreement at any time. So, I mean, for me to say recommend approving the approachment permits and saying not to designate a landscape maintenance agreement.
Well, you'd have to do it if it goes into effect right now. With a little bit more of a delay, we can get a lot more ground and a lot more answers and a lot more possibilities that keeps everybody happy.
Okay, so then my motion would be to approve the approachment permits and say, screw the landscape agreement.
Again, correct me if I'm wrong, please, but I believe the only money that's actually being paid is the amount of the encroachment permit. The landowner is securing the security bond and the liability insurance, but that's not getting paid to the city. They don't own the property.
Right.
It's still an encroachment permit.
And then
it's not anything more than that right now. I agree with you that we should have this discussion, and would like to ask Michael and city staff to move forward with the discussion with the Island Company to see if we can make that happen. I think it's a wise idea. But this specifically isn't actually giving them ownership of the property.
No.
It's just saying they're responsible for keeping it clean.
It's the difference, the word responsibility and control.
Yeah.
When you get the kids
Is
playing
there
across
another
the-
member from the public that would like to speak? We've been going on for almost 45 minutes.
We've let
and it's
everybody go
3
longer
minutes
than
per
usual
person.
tonight, yeah.
Is there anybody else on your machine, Michael? Michael Palmer?
I don't have any public comments.
Okay.
I just
Is there a
want-
motion or discussion?
She's one more comment.
One final comment. I'm not opposed to what he's suggesting, but, we also don't have 25 years to work through this. I'm willing to work with him on that, but, we'd like to get our project, to finish our project and get rid of the scaffolding and all of that. But I'm willing to work on it, and put it in place, and then I'm happy to, if it works out that they want to sell it, I'd be cool with that.
Yeah.
But I just don't want to delay to work through all of that, because this has really been delayed for so long.
Yeah. Okay, is there a motion? I'll make a motion to approve the encroachment permits for the structures and authorize the city manager designate to execute a land maintenance agreement, and authorize staff to negotiate with the property owners to determine the amount of the required bond and liability insurance.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Oh, does Denise need to?
Michael needs to call the vote.
I can do that.
Oh, Michael?
Yeah, I can do that. Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce?
No.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye. I guess I'm just really curious why you keep thinking some kind of animosity will continue. I'm not understanding that, Kurt. Maybe we can talk about that another day. Okay. All right. And Denise? Oh, yes, sir.
Mayor, can we take a break?
Okay, we're going to take a couple-minute break while Denise is being beckoned and Well, mic's on, so I guess that means we're back. Okay, item number 13. Matthew Baker or?
That's Denise.
Denise, okay.
Let me find all my stuff, Annie. Okay. So item number 13 is a budget amendment we're asking you for to help cover the employer health care contributions. Just as a reminder, during our response to the COVID-19 pandemic, we did make, council was presented with a bunch of cuts to the MOUs for all the unions and associations. We made 13 modifications, which staff had estimated would save us about $500,000. And then, sorry, I'm getting off my notes here, Annie.
That's okay.
In that cut, it was many of their benefits, and it was a great significant savings to the city. We extended those measures also to go through. Their original MOUs would have expired June 30th of 2021, and we extended it to 2022. The healthcare article at that time was not modified. It was 2 months later when open enrollment came along that staff looked at how much would it save us instead of, because in the MOUs, the city would pay up to $1,600 per employee, depending on the family and whatever program that they might have chosen for their health care. So we looked at the different programs, and the city at that time just offered one health care program, and it saved us an additional $100,000. But an employee, if they didn't want the lowest cost one, which was PERS Select at that time, they could pick another option. It was just money would be taken then out of their paychecks. So right now, PERS Select has changed, and it's become PERS Gold, and it's a PPO. Open enrollment started yesterday, and it goes through October 20th. And I just want to remind the council, some of all the 13 modifications, the city staff has not had a cost of living increase since July of 2017. We put a freeze on all step increases and longevity. So I am asking for this modification to our amendment to our budget, I'm sorry.
Okay. Are there any comments?
And then I do want to point out that I'd asked Matt Baker in fiscal year 1920, the actual cost. So the budgeted amount for our health insurance also doesn't just cover medical, it does vision and dental, which is just a really small portion of it, but I wanted to make sure that you understand that it's all part of that package. In fiscal year 1920, the cost for our employees at that time was $1,057,000 and $438, sorry. And then in fiscal year 2021, with our actual costs, we reduced it $253,000, but it wasn't just the cuts, but we also had less employees also, so that contributed to it. And our actual cost was $803,000.
Wow.
So with that, I'm just proposing that we amend the budget with the cost of the PERS Gold.
Okay. Are there any comments? If not, is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the proposed budget amendment increasing the employer healthcare budgeted expenditures to healthcare insurance accounts 3045 by $50,580.
I'll second.
Annie, we should see if there's any comments.
Are there any comments, Michael Palmer?
No, there's no comments.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Yes, aye.
And Mayor Marshall?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, item 14 is a Carnival Corporation Memorandum of Agreement, and this is for restricted passenger voyages only, is what they're calling it. Around 6 weeks ago, my office was contacted by Carnival Corporation, and there's been many Zoom calls and one in-person meeting. Not only admin staff, but fire and harbor were involved in these meetings and reviewing the documents. So the documents that originally they sent to us really were geared toward ports on the mainland. So we are considered a transit port. And so a lot of amendments had to be made to this agreement. And you were all provided that with today. It was our final version of it. There's 3 sections to it. And it is an agreement between the City of Avalon, Los Angeles County Department of Public Health, and Carnival Corporation. In the MOA, it covers restricted passenger voyages, the medical transportation and housing if there are COVID patients, the vaccination component, and port procedures. And I do want it noted that in one of our meetings with Carnival Corporation, because it's called a restricted passenger voyage, that 95% of the passengers would be showing proof of vaccination, and those are verified by the cruise line, and then the other 5% would be children, or for whatever reason that somebody can't receive the vaccination for medical reasons, they have to show proof of a negative COVID test 72 hours before, as well as they get tested before they get on the ship. Not only us and the county, the city attorney will be reviewing, and Scott told me today that it also goes back to the CDC. Is that correct, Scott?
Yes. Assuming that the city approves this matter, the agreement has to go to the CDC. And I just wanted to introduce Gina Herrera from my office. She will be helping us on harbor matters in the future. She is a commissioned officer from the Coast Guard. And so she worked with us on the review of this agreement as well. So Gina, Avalon City Council, Gina.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
And this agreement, there's a term, if we want to get out of it and we don't want the cruise ships to come, it's a 7-day termination clause in it. When I was on and off my vacation the last 2 weeks, Michael Palmer and Matt Baker and Devin resumed the Zoom meeting, so if there's any final questions, Michael can answer them also.
Can I just add something real quick, Denise, to that? I just wanted to say there's essentially 3 different components to this agreement. So this agreement is between the city, the local health authority, which in this case would be LA County Department of Public Health, and the cruise line. And it's really a condition of obtaining or retaining their simulated voyage or obtaining and retaining this conditional sailing certificate. They have to document an approval of all U.S. port and local health authorities where the ship intends to dock or make port. As Denise mentioned, we are a transit port, and this MOA before you talks about 3 things. It talks about a medical care agreement between the cruise ship operator and healthcare entities. In this case, Carnival Cruise Line is designating and directing all medical evacuations and medical emergencies back to the home port from the point of origin. There's a housing agreement, and then there's a port agreement between the cruise ship operator and the city to determine the number of cruise ships at any single time in order to burden any public health response resources of any jurisdiction in the event that there is a COVID outbreak.
I was going to ask, I did my best to go through it, but I did not see anything about contact tracing. Will they be discussing that?
I don't remember them ever mentioning contact tracing, but if they're working with LA County, they have a separate agreement with them, correct, Michael?
That's correct. And it would likely emanate back to the home port.
I would also note that if there is an outbreak on the boat, or if even if it's a small outbreak, medium outbreak, they're not coming to Avalon. Right. They understand that we don't have the facilities for this. They are directing the boat directly, depending on whether it's in Long Beach or Los Angeles. So they are not going, if they have anything on the ship, they're not coming to Avalon, because we've told them and they've agreed that we do not have the ability to support an outbreak. They will also, if there are people that will be taken off the boat to LA or Long Beach, not to the city of Avalon. So part of the protocols that we worked out is that, again, to maximize people on it are going to be vaccinated or test negative, and if they do test positive, they don't come to Avalon to go to one of our other local ports. And it's very convenient for them because we're only an hour away from them, so they can get people there quickly. They also have agreements with the helicopter to land on the boat and ship people out if they need to get them out more urgently.
And our harbor master still reserves the right to not allow them to dock if there is an area of concern.
This agreement, and we just got it today though, it is extremely thorough and it talks about all the sanitation issues. And I know some of the people that say, well, we don't really want them to come back here now. I believe they're doing everything in their power to make sure it's safe. And at the same time, we in Avalon are still making sure that we are being safe. So we will still be wearing masks, we will still be sanitizing. People that don't want to go downtown don't need to go downtown for those few hours that they're here. And because everybody was doing that before. So I think the MOA is something that needs to be done. And I think when I was talking to Mrs. Ratty that this agreement has to go back to the CDC. And so if it doesn't get done in time, completed in time, that ship that we're planning on getting on the 28th would not come. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to address a quick comment. We received a little bit, I think 2 public comments from residents in Avalon and about the concern of this number of persons additionally arriving in Avalon, and I feel much more comfortable with a cruise ship because we are, they are requiring vaccination or the testing component, whereas we can have, 12 to, 2,200 a day come over on the Catalina Express, and we have no idea whether they are or they're not vaccinated. So while I'm certainly very concerned about, where we are located, our geographics and all of that, I feel very confident with this agreement that all these protocols are taken into consideration, and also that there's not going to be an impact on our first responders over here.
Well said.
The only question I did have was regarding fire and harbor staff that was brought up by Mr. Thompson. Are we back at, I know we had brought back capacity for staff to a higher level just before summer. Are we at a capacity that we were at previously when cruise ships were calling, or are we still below the staffing level for fire and harbor that we were at prior to COVID?
Staffing level for fire is
back at
status quo. It's at harbor is down a couple of employees.
Okay.
We have, we have a couple of employees out for various reasons.
Okay. Is that something that we need to just address to make sure that we have additional staff on hand on cruise ship days to address that if necessary? I know that they won't have direct necessarily interaction, but the extra level of people at the mole and at the pier and in town. Does it make sense to look at that?
I will discuss that with Oren.
Thank you. Yeah, otherwise I agree. It's completely thorough. It is higher level than what any of the cross-channel carriers are providing right now in terms of safety for both the people traveling and the community. So,
as well as all of our boats in the harbor that moor and come ashore.
Exactly. Yeah.
Janie, did you want to comment?
The council had received that letter, yes.
We
Yes,
did.
they did. Waiting for direction from the mayor.
Okay, or we can just respond to his issue. Dave Thompson says, does the harbor and the city have the ability to care for thousands of more visitors? Well, thousands, not thousands, but on any given day. What if there was an emergency on the ship or tenders? What if there were several at one time? So I think we've kind of answered that. Number one, they wouldn't be coming off of the ship. Number two, our personnel wouldn't be dealing with them. So if there was a COVID outbreak on a cruise ship, how does that affect our fire department? Again, they aren't going to come to town. Item 3, what is the true impact of a visitor coming to the city for the day? Okay, so this is totally a different issue. A visitor coming to the city for a day, does the landing fee offset this impact? I looked at my 2019 tax bill from LA County for my home with the residents, trash, salt, water, and sewer. It comes up to $5 per day or $2.50 a piece. This doesn't take into account the wear and tear on restrooms and da-da-da. So that's a whole other issue, but thank you, Dave. And item 4, having crowds of people flowing into town diminishes the experience of Avalon for everyone. It is counterproductive. Has the Chamber of City ever done a visitor survey about this? Well, that's a question for another day as well. But I know you have done visitor surveys. Yes, Jim is shaking his head. Yes, I don't know when the last one was done. We've been pretty much shut down. I guess if people were having that big about a time, we wouldn't be having the numbers that are coming to Avalon in this last summer. So I'd like to think, I know I talked to numerous people because I'm downtown a lot and giving people rides and not charging. And they're having a heck of a good time. Yes, some people don't like the lines, I think, when they're eating because of what's happening, but part of that was also an employee problem, not having a labor force to take care of things. But I don't know if the Chamber's thinking about doing a visitor happy survey at some point in the future. Jim, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but we thought we'd just deal with that letter real quickly.
I think also while Jim's coming up, the resolution that was made previously regarding the city manager and harbor master's ability to maintain or limit certain size ships and or days of operation is an improvement over what we've had previously, where it may have impacted days that are already ridiculously busy, that isn't necessarily the case moving forward. So.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Jim.
So the short answer is we intended to do our update to the visitor profile study in 2020. However, obviously that was probably the worst year that you could ever have taken a sample. And it would have been like when we had to shut the doors and turn off business. My board just adopted a budget this week, Thursday, at our board meeting, and there are some discretionary funds, but we have not yet allocated them toward the next update to the visitor profile study. I think I hear maybe a subtlety in his comment that I just want to address. The visitor profile study analyzes the visitor who comes here and their likes and dislikes and their demographics and their spending patterns. So it kind of goes to a part of one of those questions about what is the impact. If you mean the financial impact, it would help us better determine that. If it's more of the community sentiment survey about cruise ships, we have not done one of those. Without having the data in front of me, it's at least 2 years back that we did that, and that's easier to do. That's a far less comprehensive analysis because it doesn't necessarily have to be over the course of 12 months and with a scientifically large enough sample to be representative to the 1 million plus that come here. So they're both doable in the coming year, but nothing concrete.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Jenny, did you want to make a comment?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members that I can still see. The last time I was here on this subject, I noticed that Denise's office would go to other cities for research, policy questions, pricing, or whatever that we didn't know. And one of the cities was Santa Barbara because it has cruise ships and it's like our closest little sister. And I just came across an article from their waterfront director, and I'd like to just read a couple of paragraphs, if that's okay. While Santa Barbara, with its dramatic backdrop of Santa Ynez Mountains, is not one of America's leading cruise stops, it has long offered a laid-back alternative to Los Angeles and San Francisco. Most calls were scheduled during the September, October, often by ships that had been cruising Alaskan routes during the spring and summer. Cruise ships, Princess, Holland, America, etc., anchor 1.5 miles offshore, and guests are ferried in and enjoy wine tours, historical excursions, or simply to enjoy the upscale dining of the city's downtown. And then this is a quote. Our cruise ship program brings millions of dollars to the local economy as it introduces Santa Barbara to tens of thousands of people from around the world, Waterfront Director Mike Wiltshire said in a statement. That being said, the health and safety of our community, as well as the cruise ship passengers visiting our area, are our top priority. So we have decided to pause the program. It just seems like we really shouldn't be the first ones diving back into this. We remain optimistic that once we are at pre-pandemic status, Santa Barbara will return as a premier destination for the cruise line industry. So, as an aside comment on that, I would just have to say, given the phenomenal year that businesses have enjoyed, despite our shortage of employees, which forced closures in the middle of the week, do we really want to add 3,000 visitors right now? Do we even have the help? Smart businessmen of Santa Barbara are calculating this very thing. Long lines, overcrowding, and let alone the risk of a super spreader event that puts their beautiful city on the map in all the wrong ways. So I would just hope that Santa Barbara has advanced their arrival until April. And I think we could use that time as well to get through this spike. I mean, we're not in great shape, and our help is a problem. So that's my only comments.
Thank you.
Pretty short. Thank you.
Well, with regard to the memorandum, I think that it's something that needs to be done, whether they show up tomorrow or in 6 months. Because the sanitation and all of the sanitation and the protocols and everything are in here and are very specific. And they have lost billions of dollars, so they're not looking forward to any kind of a setback, I'm sure. And I believe as a city, I mean, if you talk about super spreaders, the people of Avalon have been their own worst enemies when it comes to getting COVID. You know, so maybe, because if they're in their workplace doing what they're supposed to be doing or wearing their mask and doing whatever, they're not catching it from a visitor necessarily. It's all the other little events that happen in town and weddings and that kind of thing. So I think in terms of having the memorandum signed, I think we should go forward with that. And in terms of, and that's all we're asking for tonight, right? Is the sign. Go ahead. I'm sorry, come on up, Jan.
Is this a memorandum that is easily we're released from?
7 days.
7 days?
7-day termination.
Oh, so from this moment you vote on it, you have 7 days to think it over, huh?
No.
At any time.
At any
We
time.
can cancel
Oh, at
for
any
7 days,
time.
But we, again, the agreement goes into effect. We can cancel the agreement in 7 days, but the harbor master still retains control to allow or stop a boat from coming, regardless of this memorandum of understanding. This sets forth what the protocols are if a ship should come in, approved by the CDC. Once that happens, then it's, again, we can make an evaluation on each and every boat.
So he has to know ahead of time if there are COVID patients.
They won't come to Avalon if there are COVID patients. They will not.
This is your trust in the Carnival Corporation that throws its plastics into the ocean, that has leaks constantly in Alaska Sound for, and you're assuming that they have said to all of their passengers, you will wear a mask, you will be vaccinated, and it was real, and you know, they're not.
I think after I mean, we can only have so much trust. Based on what they went through, and I will give you this, you should see the protocols and the sanitation and the masking and the distancing and the washing and the...
But is this really getting to the people? Because I don't know.
We
I have
just got
doubts.
this.
But on the other hand, feeling sorry for them because they've lost so much money, when you look at they're billionaires, right?
Well, yeah.
It is probably the largest industry on the planet for tourism.
Yeah.
And they can cut ships up, put them together, do whatever they want because they have so much money.
Right, but my point being, they don't want to end up in that situation again. And I have to believe, like I believe something that you would say or Michael would say, there has to be some trust and faith, and if we're doing our job here too, we're safe.
Well, except that we don't ask for masking. You know, are these people going to get off the boat masked?
Yes.
Is that one of the protocols?
Not if they're
They have to. It's LA
vaccinated.
County.
What's the rule now? You only have to be masked when you go indoors.
Well, except that when they get off, they're going to be close together. So
they have a mask when they get off?
Boat's going to make certain everyone has masks.
Yeah.
Okay.
When they're on,
When they get off the express now, they have a mask on. They walk through town, the mask is gone.
Mm-hmm.
By the time they get to me, I have to ask them to put the mask back on.
Mm-hmm. So who's going to be doing that?
It doesn't matter if they're coming from a cruise ship or they're coming from the express.
Right.
Well, so who's going to ask that the mask be put on?
We don't require them to have the mask on when they're out in the air. They're going to have to wear the mask when they come over on the tender and get off, just like they do with the express. When people get off the express, they take off the mask.
Right. Then they go indoors and they put it back
And then
on.
they go indoors and you have to put the mask back on.
Well, and that's how it's been.
The level, Danny, and I get where you're coming from, and I understand your concern. And I don't think I share it as fully as you do, only because, again, there actually are regulations on the guests on the cruise ships in terms of enforcement, and it's going to be enforced when they get into the terminal and check in by the Carnival staff and by Border Patrol and Customs who are in the building. and it's actually someone that can do something about that when they arrive to the Carnival terminal. They have security staff on board the ship who also are foreseeing the same thing. The reason I think I'm slightly more comfortable with it is because I've had a number of friends who have gone out and done some cruises recently in other areas where cruising has returned. And they said, I've never felt safer, and I've never seen the ships cleaner and with higher levels of safety protocol than they've had on this cruise. And they were short cruises, 4 and 5 day, just like we get. And the level of people vaccinated who don't want to get sick while they're on a cruise and don't want to get other people sick while they're on a cruise is ridiculously high. 95% vaccinated is amazing.
Yeah, that would be a change.
It lowers the level of the ability to transmit easily when you have a group that's that highly vaccinated and having to get a test before and having to show proof and having to mask up. So all of those things, for me personally, knowing a lot of the cruising community that we just know locally and with friends that I have, that makes me feel much more comfortable, even I'm not speaking ill of them, but even safer than traveling on the Express.
Mm-hmm.
Just because there's that
and
requirement
what is
there.
your response to not having enough employees?
I feel like right now the city, in terms of private entities, businesses in town, are having some challenges with staffing and having challenges with people getting burnt out because it has been a hell of a year and a half.
So is the city.
But right, and so does the city, although the city, like I asked, is much more at the level where we were prior to COVID. The thing that I think is important to look at is that this isn't happening every day. We're not having ships come here every day of the week.
What are you talking now, though? How many days?
Right, it's limited to the number of days that we're talking about already with ships that are scheduled to come. And you're looking at a day that's not going to be any busier.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
My business is usually seeing trends 3 to 6 weeks ahead because we help people plan ahead for travel. The numbers that we're seeing already look like a regular September right now. Maybe they're elevated a couple days a week, but otherwise they look like a normal September, which means that most businesses don't have enough business to stay open all the time. That's where we're heading in about 6 weeks from now, after you get through.
Well, that wasn't the case in August.
No, it's not. And I'm not talking about August right now. I'm talking about this upcoming time that we're trying to get this approved for. So that right now to me says, here's where we are. I don't know what's going to happen next August. Nobody knows what's going to happen next August.
Yeah, that's true.
Nobody knows. But I don't think it's any reason not to move forward with this, so I would like to move to authorize the city attorney to make any revisions necessary and authorize the city manager to execute a memorandum of agreement with Carnival Corporation.
I'll second.
Wait, are there any?
Comments or?
Now are there comments? Michael Palmer?
I don't have any comments.
Yesenia or Cindy?
I did just want to ask if they could please add, even if they are just doing what LA County does for contact tracing, to it be addressed on here, please?
I'm sorry, I should have weighed in early on that. They do have a requirement. So the agreement with LA County and Port of Los Angeles is included as an exhibit in the memorandum of agreement, rather. And one of the requirements in both that agreement and our agreement is that if anyone disembarks with COVID, that has to get reported to LA County. And there's an email address that's provided in the agreement.
Okay, and then once that does happen, LA County is contacting us.
My understanding is LA County would continue to follow their normal protocols for contact tracing. Nothing would deviate from that.
Okay, I mean, just because it was the beginning of the pandemic and contact tracing during that time was, a little iffy. So I just want to make sure that if this does happen, we know ASAP.
I mean, I see what you're saying, and I appreciate it, especially with the vaccination was my biggest concern. If we have to be vaccinated to go to a concert or whatever these events that are happening, then I had wanted that to be the case for cruise ships, which it's in there, so that's great. In terms of contact tracing, we're not going to know who necessarily who the person is, and we're not going to know. I mean, it's going to be somebody from a cruise ship contracted. So I don't really understand how that could even happen per se, because we've got 50 shops in the city of Avalon, and a visitor, a cruise ship visitor, may go into one of every 50. And I kind of feel like it's very similar to the Catalina Express, that we're not going to get contacted at all if somebody has, you know, COVID or contracts COVID who's been back and forth on the Express. So I don't even know that contact tracing is even really a thing that's happening anymore. I mean, I'd be curious to know, how could LA County possibly do that? We look at what's happening here in Avalon in general, and I mean, I've been directly in contact with somebody who had COVID, and nobody has ever called me. I mean, so I respect very much what you're saying, and we hope that there's some sort of that, but I sincerely doubt it.
Yeah.
If I could remind everyone that the CDC has to approve this agreement, and if the CDC guidelines during the course of this require contact tracing, they're going to have to do contact tracing. And if we do have a couple incidents, and you know, they have to send a notification to County Health, and County Health does not respond with swiftness and concern, that can be a consideration that the harbor master and city manager can take in, you know, not allowing a boat to come in.
All righty, so there was a motion and a second. And further comments? Call for the vote.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye. Okay, now we're going into closed session.
It's conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. The name of the case is Island Enterprises, et cetera, all versus City of Avalon, et cetera, all. Case number 20LBCV 00291.
It is 82 outside? But not right now. Oh, are we, okay, and
I just
we...
turned it off.
We're back from closed session.
There is no reportable action.
Okay, like to adjourn the meeting, and good night, Tony.